And good morning, everybody. Welcome to Murphy Creek Golf Course for the Strasburg Indians Invite Golf Tournament. And first group just teed off. Going to get Coach Eric Gilbert over here for a moment. Coach Gilbert, if you have a moment to come on over, grab a headphones. So that's the first tee off. Could I borrow your card there? Okay. So first of all, Coach Gilbert, thanks for letting us come out here today.
Absolutely.
First group just teed off.
Yes.
And these are some of the top golfers.
Yes.
Going here early. Ethan Carr.
Yes.
Jacob Gilbert, Matai Nikita, and Talib Schaefer.
Yes. These first couple groups we have here today, we have our summer series, which is the Junior Golf Alliance of Colorado, and the Tour Series. All four of these guys play that. So these guys in this first group, these are some of the top players in the state of Colorado. Certainly in 5A with Columbine and Mullen. I believe actually Mullen I think might be 4A. If I quite honest I can't remember. But these first couple groups, these guys can all play. These guys all shoot par or under, right around there, and they're going to set the pace for us today. All four of them got off the tee pretty well and are going to be in position here. So this first hole, of course, we teed off from the blue, but the rest of the course we will be playing from the white. So we'll be playing roughly around 6,500 yards today.
All right. So thanks. I really do appreciate you letting us come out here. It's a beautiful day out here at Murphy Creek here in Aurora, Colorado. So
I encourage any students, any parents out there that want to come out and have some morning off, come out and join us out here. It's amazing, and I'm sure school wouldn't mind you coming out here and supporting our kids.
Yeah. So also like to thank our tech guru, Peyton Wallace, as he's got everything set up for us. So we'll see what happens, and we'll be listening in as you call off the groups, and we'll go for there. So thanks a lot, Coach Gilbert.
Thank you, Coach Hemphill.
So we're going to be getting ready. Second group. First group got teed off. Second group, the 8:10 tee time. That's Dawson Thulin, Peyton Walker, Quentin Caldwell, and Ryan Brady. That's the 8:10 tee off time. The Strasburg Invite, the teams, of course, we have Strasburg, but Sterling, Eaton, Brush, Estes Park, Resurrection Christian, Frontier Academy, Bolin, Valor, Columbine, Yuma, Vista Peak, Skyline, and Stratton. So I'd like to welcome all those teams, and hopefully we'll get them all announced and be able to follow them a little bit as we get going on the day. So thanks for coming out, or I hope you're able to tune in and follow us. Let us know if we have any issues. We'll be able to follow on the chat a little bit anyway. So second group getting ready to tee off today. And again, our second group, Dawson Thulin, Peyton Walker, Quentin Caldwell, and Ryan Brady. Getting ready to tee off here, the 8:10 tee time here at the Strasburg Invitational, Murphy Creek Golf Course. All right, getting ready for our second tee time here, Murphy Creek Golf Course.
All right, second group.
All right, so that's group number 2, Dawson Thulin from Vista Peak, Peyton Walker from Eaton, Quentin Caldwell from Columbine, and Ryan Brady from Mullen. Group number 2. Group number 1, it looks like they're on the first. Looks like they're on the first green. I'd like to thank Coach Michelle Woodard, Athletic Director, Strasburg High School, for joining us here. You got a busy day, Coach Woodard. Got a little softball action this afternoon.
Yeah, it's fun being out here, watching a little bit of golf, being outdoor all day long today.
Yes, you are. So, in as far as athletics, and we've got a lot of ifs coming up with the new mandates and everything. So far in the early season, how have we been able to get everything going okay?
Yeah, it's been busy, and yes, with this new mandate, still waiting to see what their rules are for athletics. Hope to hear that early this morning so that we can prepare teams that are coming to visit us. I know our volleyball team went to Match Buff, and they all had to wear masks in their facility, including the athletes. So I hope that's not what's going to happen for us, but I think it will be there for fans at least.
So hopefully the outdoor sports at least going to be able to be relatively status quo.
So far as we know. But it seems like it's a daily, okay, what's going to happen today?
Yeah. But as far as the year, as far as participation in the fall sports at Strasburg High School, how has it been?
Volleyball is busting at the doors, which is outstanding. They've had 2 wins already this year and playing tonight against the Pinnacle. Golf is, they're just about through their season.
Yeah.
And Jake Gilbert's been doing a great job, and the other ones have really been working hard and improving, which is always nice to see. Football, played Platte Valley on Friday and lost 18-7, but I did get to watch that one online, and I thought it was a pretty well played game for the most part for a first game.
Yeah, pretty evenly matched. We had a couple big turnovers, but
yeah.
that happens.
Well,
I guess,
yeah, you can't do that in the red zone.
No, you cannot. That's for sure.
And Unified Bowling has been practicing. We're still building their schedule. We finally got a hold of the schools that have Unified Bowling this year, so we're going to get that going. And their first competition, I think, is in a couple weeks with Brighton High School over at their bowling alley in Thornton. And then cross country, they're doing well. They go to Colorado Springs on Friday to race at the state course at the Penrose Norris Complex. So that's kind of exciting for them. Who am I missing?
Might want to talk about softball a little
bit. I guess that's always on my mind. So we're young. We have some inexperienced players in positions. We put them in positions that we needed them to play, and they're working hard and making improvements every day. We had a tough one against University on Saturday. Had a little hiccup in one inning, and that was the game. Otherwise, it should have been a 2-2 game going into the top of 7. So we left bases loaded twice, and you just can't do that in this league.
No, you cannot. So, but
no.
And you got today is
Resurrection Christian.
Yeah, so that's a big one, and you're traveling up to Loveland, correct?
Up to actually Windsor is where
Windsor,
they're going to play their complexes. They're playing at Chimney Park, it's called. So we're excited about that. We had a girl had an injury, foot injury for a while, and tried to fight through it, and so she is no longer going to be playing softball this year. So that was kind of a disappointment because she was a varsity player. So our numbers are low this year. So it's we got to keep them healthy.
Yeah, but you've had a good start.
Yes.
To the season, and your season goes quick too because you'll be in the regionals before you know it, and moving on from there. So, Coach Woodard, thanks for coming out, and
thank you.
We've got a nice day. I think maybe we could cut down on the wind a little bit, but other than that, it's pretty nice.
It's pretty nice, and the course is looking beautiful. Can't wait to get out there and watch Jake for a little bit, and catch the other boys before I have to drive up to Windsor.
All right.
And thank you so much for doing this, because this is a first experience.
This is a definite experiment, but it's been a lot of fun.
we're setting the bar high for a lot of high school programs.
So thanks a lot, Coach Woodard, and good luck today.
Thank you.
So first two groups are off. We're getting ready for the 8:20 tee time. And you can probably see on the screen Coach Gilbert giving the instructions to the next group. So the next group we got coming up, Ben Hawes, Cole Lockey, Keaton Shell, and Matt Cicero, the 8:20 tee time here at the Strasburg Invite. All right, that's group number 3, the 8:20 tee time. Ben Haas from Mullen, Cole Lockey from Eaton, Keaton Shell from Skyline, and Matt Cicero from Columbine all teed off. So, I apologize, a little bit of wind going on here, so we'll continue to work with that. But 3 groups out here in the Strasburg Indians Invite Murphy Creek Golf Course.
This is Jerry from Mullen.
Is it Kohler?
Kohler?
Kohler. Kevin Hinfield, nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Too many chords there. I'd like to welcome Mullen coach Jerry Kohler. And Coach Kohler, thanks for coming out to the Strasburg Invite, and thanks for the weather, frankly, that we got a nice day going on here.
Yeah, definitely. So the breeze is keeping the temperature down for now, so hopefully we'll have a great day.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about your season at Mullen Golf.
So far we're doing pretty well. We play in the Centennial League, and we're doing well. We've got only a couple of returning players and a whole new setup for our varsity team for sure. So from last year, but still playing very competitive.
So you've had a couple go off already. I think Ryan Brady, Ben Haas.
Ben Haas and Ethan Carr's gone off
Ethan
already.
Carr.
Yep.
So you got some pretty strong golfers there. How do you look within your league?
Well, right now we're kind of middle of the pack in our league. Things are very deep in the Centennial League this year. So, Arapahoe is playing phenomenal golf right now, and it's difficult to try to even keep up. So, I think their team scoring average is down in the 60s. And, but we're holding our wall. We've got a scoring average in there around 77, 78, somewhere in there.
So I wonder if you could give us an idea as far as golfers, because this is something, if we're not in the known, how many rounds would you say your golfers in the off-season probably put in preparation?
Well, it's different for a lot of these guys. Some guys play year-round. Some of them are more multi-sport guys, and golf is something that they start back up again in the summertime and kind of put the clubs away after the season's over in October. So, but our guys who play year-round typically are probably playing, probably 40 rounds. Preparation not only just for high school but for the summer seasons as well. So a lot of those guys will play the J-Jack events that Colorado Golf does, and to keep them sharp and keep up the competition. So, and that's pretty much kind of a year-round process as well.
Now, do you get to have much involvement outside of the season with your players?
No, it's pretty much just a first part of August to the end of October for the high school season for us involvement. So about that 2-month window.
Mm-hmm. And you think, it's an individual sport, but also you've got sort of the team setting. What do you think overall it does for players if you were to give an advertisement of golf for kids out there?
Well, I think, just seeing these guys, seeing the camaraderie and the chemistry that they've got in there for a small sport is pretty appealing to a lot of kids. We're not a big team sport by any means as far as numbers go, because we've got 5 varsity players, 5 JV players, so things are pretty small in that. But the opportunities are there for kids, and I think once they come out and they kind of see what they're available to do, it's very appealing.
Yeah. So, Coach Kohler, getting ready for our next tee time, but I appreciate you stopping by, and good luck today. Good luck the rest of your season.
All right. Well, thanks for having me.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
right, so Coach Gobert's getting ready, the fourth group getting ready. First few groups are already through number 1. And basically the leaders, looks like they parred. Dawson Thulin, Jacob Gilbert, Peyton Walker, Quentin Caldwell, Ryan Brady, Caleb Schaefer, all even after 1.
From Columbine High School, Alex Les. From Frontier High School, Daniel Wiper. From Sterling High School, Dylan Diorio. And from Eaton High School, Matt Harris. All right, gentlemen, do well. Don't forget your provisionals. If you're not sure.
So that's the 8:30 tee time. Alex Les of Columbine, Daniel Weipert, Frontier, Dylan Diorio Sterling, and Matt Paris Eaton. So we'll get ready for the 8:40 tee time. And looks like Peyton Wallace has us set up. We'll hopefully be following the golfers a little bit. Let me check up on this. There we are. Okay. So early scores. Pretty much everybody at even across the board. We just have a few golfers that have put their scores in on for the first hole. And let's see here. There we go. So a couple Ethan Carr, Ty Nikita are both 1 over currently. And Caleb Schaefer, Ryan Brady, Quentin Caldwell, Peyton Walker, Jacob Gilbert, Dawson Thulin, all even. And most scores reported after the first hole. So we'll be ready for the 8:40 tee times here in a few moments. back. So Peyton, why don't you put on the headphones here? See if we can get some more scores. Let's see. All right, so just early scores in. First few golfers off the tee, so joined by Peyton Wallace here as we get ready for the 8:40 tee time. So Peyton, get a day off of school, come work a little golf, streaming. How's it gone so far?
Pretty well. We got the camera set up really nicely. Experimenting with some different angles is pretty fun, you know.
Yes, and you're also taking photos for, is this yearbook photos that you're taking as well?
Yeah.
So you got a lot going on today. So hopefully we'll have you in the chase cart with Mrs. Coach Gilbert, I think is who you're going to be following with, and we'll see. So we're trying our remote camera, and so far we think so good. We're not so sure, but
yeah.
So I think you got a pretty good angle there as we get ready for the 8:40 tee time.
Kind of wonder how the connection's going to work with the distance. Something I'm worried about.
That's something we always have to worry about. You make a good point. So far we seem to have a connection. So we're going to go with that we have a connection. So
works with me.
Our connection is strong here, so we'll see what happens. So looks like we're getting ready for the 8:40 tee time here.
Our fifth group with the Strasburg Indians invite from Sterling High School, Jace Wright. From Skyline High School, Jackson Weiner. And rounding out our group from Mullen High School, John Yoder. Plenty golf left.
All right, so that's the 8:40 tee time. That was Jace Wright from Sterling, Jackson Weiner from Skyline, and John Yoder from Mullen as they tee off. So we've got 5 groups out. Don't have a lot of scores reported, but we'll keep tabs here on iWannamaker. And we will get going. So as we get ready, the 8:50 tee time with Connor Angelini, Declan Karch, Henry Chafin, and Ryder McConnell. They'll be coming up next.
How are you, gentlemen?
Coach.
Good to see you.
All right. So, all right. So we're joined by Coach Eric Like, Skyline High School. So, Coach, beautiful day out here. What are you looking for from your golfers today?
Well, you know, yesterday they had a tough tough match league back home at Twin Peaks. They didn't quite put the number up they want, so we just kind of want to come out and relax. We enjoy this links kind of course. Hopefully they'll get after it and shoot a good score and have fun out there.
Yeah. So, as far as your competition in your league, who is in your league that you compete against?
We're with Windsor. We're with Silver Creek. We've got Holy Family, but once we get to regionals, they'll jump down to 3A. So, between Windsor and Silver Creek, we've got some good golfers there. That Erie's got a couple of good kids. So it's 10 of us in there. It's always been kind of a tough league for us. We're always kind of rebuilding it at Skyline. We don't quite get the numbers that we want, but we give it everything we got, and the kids really enjoy coming out. The ones that do come out are pretty committed and working on their game pretty hard. So.
Yeah, you're in that Skyline district is essentially your league, so you're very familiar with all the golfers in your league.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as up to par on most of the names as most of the coaches would be. I've got a lot of other things kind of going on. Trying to obviously keep, our kids focused on the direction they want to go. We've got, 4 returning golfers, so this is their 4th year they've golfed in the program. Expectations are pretty high. We've had a few rounds in the 70s. Yesterday obviously jumped back up there a couple of strokes. Wasn't quite what we were looking for, but no, there's a lot of good golf and a lot of good coaches in the area, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, and speaking of high school golf, if you look just from your coaching perspective and what it does for youth, what do you think the best things that golf do for a kid?
We've always kind of preached it as this is a lifelong sport. It's one of those sports that you'll see some of the older people. This is the one sport that they can actually gravitate to. So it is a life lesson. It's a sport you can always, take a few years off, pick it back up, have some fun with it. It's that mental capacity to be able to focus for a short period of time with a good walk between focusing is kind of how I put it. And I think the kids do somewhat of a good job doing that. They need subtle reminders. As coaches, that's kind of, I feel, my job is just subtle reminders, keep them calm, and have them enjoy the last bit of free golf in their careers before they unfortunately got to go out and start paying for it for themselves. So I think it's a great game overall. Been around it a long time, so really just trying to pass that on, the camaraderie, the self-awareness, a lot of self-discipline in the game.
Yeah, and it's so unique because your opportunities at character development is so high in the sport.
It is definitely. It's you see a lot of different personalities within the game. Some kids, the way that they're able to manage or maybe not manage themselves so well. Trying to keep it on an even keel. We don't want the highs and the lows. We kind of want to roll it out and keep everything on a nice medium surface. And if we can do that, then we avoid some of those major mistakes that you see in golf. And you're going to have a couple of bad holes. You're going to have a couple of bad strokes. But if we can, regroup from that and keep our character about ourselves, I think that really has a testament to how strong your fortitude is, in life and how you face challenges.
Yeah. Well, Coach Light, good luck at Skyline. Good luck the rest of the season, and thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Chafin. And rounding out the group from Sterling High School, Ryder McConnell. All right, gentlemen, make sure you keep up with the group in front of you. Hit provisionals if you don't see
All right, so that's 8:50 tee time. Connor Angelini from Vista Peak, Declan Karch from Skyline, Henry Chafin from Frontier, and Ryder McConnell from Sterling. So early score is in. Still looks like the leaders are at even par. So a little slow on some for the updates. Leaders still look to be at even par. And so we'll get ready for the 9 a.m. tee time. Cameron Gilbert from Strasburg getting ready to tee off at the 9 a.m. tee time. We'll be back in a moment. So getting ready for the 9 a.m. tee time. Cameron Gilbert, freshman from Strasburg, getting ready to tee off.
All right, gentlemen, come on over real quick. Let's go over a few things. Biggest thing, some of this native grass that is kind of a local rule. If it goes in there, it says you're not supposed to go in there, especially if there's snakes. Snakes out here. I forgot to kind of warn people about that. But if you do go into the rough, make sure you go in with the golf club and wave it in front of you. Okay, makes sense. Biggest thing is provisionals. If you don't see it down, but watch it down. So be patient. Watch it go down the whole. I know sometimes we have disgusting shots and we don't want to look at it. Make sure you watch it all the way down. Okay. Help each other try to find the ball if you can. So again, you hit provisionals. Keep up with the group in front of you. Playing straight up USGA golf. So yeah, it's pretty much straightforward. Makes sense. Any questions? Get your paper card out and then pull up your app. And we need to coordinate per what your app is with your scorecard. So we're going to exchange your paper scorecard as a backup, but it also allows you to keep your own score so we ensure accuracy. Accuracy is absolutely 100% and needs to make sure we are being honest. Okay? So make sure you're making each other accountable. Don't be offended if somebody disagrees. If we have a disagreement all the way to the end, then we'll get to the end and we'll work it out. Okay? So who are you scoring? I got 3. Okay. So go ahead. You're scoring, Braden? Yeah. Okay, so Braden will give you his. Who's got Cam? Okay. All right. Rotate to the left. Perfect. That works out. So again, keep score for yourself, but then also for your other guy. And just keep your scores updated after each hole. So once you're going away from the green on the way to the next tee box, make sure you're updating those scores as you go. Okay. Now you should say you got a 5, not did you get a 5? There's a difference, right? So make sure you know what your guys scored. Alright? So it's going to go, the order is going to be Braden, Caden, Cameron, and Casey. Okay? So, Braden, you're up first. Gentlemen, come on over. Clear out and we'll...
I'm playing Callaway with Dust. You can use one of Sharpie if you want. You want to use it or not?
All right, gentlemen. So, from Stratton High School, Braden Waddell. From Skyline High School, Caden Tapia.
All right, so that's the 9 o'clock tea time. That was Braden Weedle from Stratton, Caden Tapia from Skyline, Cameron Gilbert from Strasburg, and Kason Hicks from Frontier Academy. All right. I'd like to thank Coach Rick Meese from Resurrection Christian High School, head golf coach. So, Coach, got a pretty nice day, a little windy. What do you think of the conditions here at Murphy Creek?
I like them. We've been here before, and it blows here quite a bit, but it's not that hard. As long as it doesn't pick up much faster, we're good.
Yeah. So far, how's your season been going over at Res?
We're the tournaments we're in. We're about middle to upper half of the tournaments we're playing in. We're kind of in a rebuilding year. I have one senior. The rest are all underclassmen. So, team-wise, we're finishing fourth, fifth in a lot of tournaments.
So, as far as with your young team, I mean, is development is it tough keeping their heads up as they go against some of these junior, senior laden teams?
No, not really. It's Res has got a kind of exclusive kind of golf program. We don't cut. So we bring our kids in at freshmen, and there's some freshmen that can't break 120, and our goal is to get them to be about 18 handicaps by the time they graduate. Of course, our main goal is to get 4 kids to state every year.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main goal. So we work on varsity quite a bit, but the young kids, I see them develop, and it's very gratifying to see a kid that shoots 120 finally shoot in the 90s by the time they graduate, even though they'll probably never play varsity, but they'll play that game for the rest of their life. My varsity, this year there's 1, 2, and 3 are pretty solid. So I have junior Gage is my number 1, and then 2 and 3 I got Graham Riggs and Noah Glon. Then my 4, 5 is on a bubble. 4, 5, and 6 are bubble. So it depends on how they play every week. But I got Seth Bruin, Charlie Barber, Charlie Riggs. I got 4 or 5 guys that are shooting right around 90, which in order to play in a tournament, I need them down in the mid 80s, and they're close to that.
So, what as far as you as a coach, what do you think is the most gratifying thing that you get to do as a golf coach in high school?
Most gratifying, just working with the kids and to see them develop and fall in love with the game. That's the most gratifying. And it's such a game of integrity and honor, and to see my kids that use that integrity and honor, I never worry about them. They do a great job.
Yeah, and it's like you had mentioned, kids that even struggle to break 100. Have you ever, the type of kid that you think their personality sort of lends itself to golf?
A lot of them come out because a lot of my development team are kids that probably would not play any other sport, and they want to be part of something, and that's why we bring those kids up to where they're teammates. They're part of a program. They do go out. I did 22 kids this year, and the bottom 4 probably only play a couple tournaments this year, and they're development tournaments where they're playing scrambles. I actually got a couple of development kids here that are shooting 50 on 9 holes. So I told them I'm bringing you up here and give you a little challenge of competition. They're really nervous today.
So what's your home course up there?
Highland Meadows. It's 5 minutes from Res Christian School, and Highland Meadows really. I don't know if you've seen it. It's a phenomenal course. They do a great job keeping care of that course. Not a real easy course, but it is open. There's not a lot of trees. It's fairly long. Greens are a little undulating, so it's just a good course to play.
And there's worse things you can do to every day go to play at a really good golf course for free.
For sure, for sure.
Well, Coach Meese, thanks for stopping by, and we're getting ready for our next tee time. So
Sure.
good luck at Res the rest of the year.
I'm going to do a shout out to somebody that's watching right
Oh,
now.
you have at it.
Hey, Max Knopfsinger, I say hello.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Coach. Thanks for stopping by.
I have a Coach. I have a story about Max Knopfsinger as well.
All right, have at it there, Coach Gilbert.
Since he's our one ex-Patriot League champion guy, he's up in the North Dakotas, and this is Coach Gilbert. Want to say hi to Max. Him and Jake had a lot of battles over the last couple years, and Jake's always looked up to Max, and he became good friends with our previous player, Mitch Davis, and Mitch is playing basketball in college, so it's great to see our kids move on after high school and go to the next level in whatever their sport was. So anyway, Max, thanks for chiming in, and encourage the rest of your clan to say hello to us today. So we got a nice day of golf. So
yeah, it's wonderful out here. So
Max once came to he came to I think our last bonfire. We haven't had a bonfire since.
No, there's been some things that have happened in the meantime, isn't there?
just a few things. Goodness sakes. But I'm taking a seat on purpose here because I've been standing for like an hour.
Yeah, you've been sending off the tee times. We're a little. I'm a little frustrated with the kids not reporting their scores, but
well,
we'll sort of keep up and go.
Yeah,
from there.
hopefully we can. And sometimes it's unfortunately the technology sometimes too.
Oops.
So we will hopefully figure that out.
But we do have here, we got a few guys in red numbers now. Dylan Diorio,
Okay.
1 under after 2. Quentin
Taylor
Caldwell,
Schaefer,
1 after
nice.
1 under after 3. Caleb Schaefer, 1 under after 4. A lot of guys haven't reported their scores, so we'll sort of keep up. Matai Nikika, he was from Columbine. He was 1 over, but he's got back to even.
Okay.
As Ryan Brady has also from Mullen. He was 1 over back to even.
Yeah, so I'm getting a report from one of our parents out there. It says they are recording the scores, but for some reason a couple of them are not actually making it to the I Want to Maker sites or
so we'll
through their app. So
we got some people. I think Mrs. Coach Gilbert's out there, so maybe we can get some updates and pass those along.
So it looks
as
like
we go.
Update on Jacob Gilbert. Looks like he is now birdied on 5, so he is in the lead with a 1 under with a couple of guys.
So there's a few guys.
It's not showing it on the screen, but
that
I
puts
guess
him
he's
up
1
with
under as well.
Diorio, Caldwell, and Schaefer 1 under, and Strasburg High School Jacob Gilbert.
Yep.
So a lot of golf to go. Exciting.
Yes.
We'll keep up and keep tabs. So
looks like they just got done with 5, so they're cruising right along. So those first couple groups will probably finish within 4 hours, if not under. So
yeah. So hopefully we'll get to talk to them, a few of them, as they come in. So
all right.
Well, Coach Gilbert, it's time for the 9:10 tee time.
Resurrection High School, Junior, Gage, Mace. Rounding out the group today.
All right, so that's 9:10 a.m. Tea time. Brody Severin from Just a Peak. Connor Van Ernst from Valor. Gage Mees from Resurrection Christian. And Caden Turk from Frontier Academy. And the 9:10 tea time is off. Again, that's Brody Severin, Connor Van Ernst, Gage Mees, and Caden Turk. All right, I'd like to thank Coach Jessica Knopfsinger for joining us here from Frontier Academy. And Coach, we got I would say a pretty beautiful day. I could do with a little less wind, but I think occasionally we have a little more than that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day out here.
So what here at Murphy Creek, beautiful course. What's your home course that you play over in Greeley?
We play boomerang. We've hosted quite a few tournaments there and practice. Last year's regional, 3 years ago's regional, so that's where we play.
So far, I mean, this is the early going, but also the late going since golf is so quick. How has the season been going for Frontier?
We've had a good season. I have a sophomore who's playing pretty good golf, a freshman who came in, first round he ever played of 18 holes, shot 86, playing my fourth spot varsity. So we're kind of in a rebuilding year, but we have some good rounds going. My senior shot 75 in Estes last week. 79, I think, actually. But he played really well in Estes.
Fantastic.
So.
And golf's one of those sports that you can improve, not necessarily win, and get a lot out of the sport.
Exactly.
For sure.
That's why I like it. It's individual. It's black and white. There's no gray area of who's playing for us.
Yeah, and it's individual. But how do you find your groups and your good teams? I mean, it's sort of interesting how they build as a unit, even though it's a completely individual sport.
You know, I keep it an individual sport for a reason. But my kids do groove together. I go black and white straight by numbers. If your average is 97.2 and the next one is 97.3, the kid who's 97.2 is going to play. I've done that for 8 years that way. It seemed to work for our team, and the kids know what to expect every year. So they're not playing against each other. They're playing against themselves to make themselves better instead of worrying about what everyone else is doing on the team and just doing it for themselves. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And have you ever sort of isolated the personality type that makes a very good golfer?
No.
So they go all ranges, huh?
They go all ranges. Yeah, I have everything from I've had everything from a really good player to a very, very beginner who's never played golf before. And for them to be able to see that improvement and to watch the better players, I think that's how we've built our team. Is everybody is in the same team. I don't isolate anybody. We just practice and we do our thing and go on. So the better players are playing on their own and getting better on their own. I use practice as this is how we are a team and how we stay together, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it makes complete sense. And regional's up in your area this year, isn't it?
Collindale just made our tee time this morning for our practice round, so we're excited. Collindale's a hard course. It could be a low number or it could be a pretty high number that goes to regionals this year up at Collindale.
Yeah, our coach Gilbert here at Strasburg, he was complaining about Collindale. I think it was.
Does he not complain about everything? I'm just kidding.
He has some definite opinions on things. I will tell you that, Coach, for sure.
As well as I do. So I'm gonna go watch my players, but thank you very much.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Good luck to Strasburg the rest of the season. We do watch Jake play a lot of golf, so we wish Jake and Strasburg a great rest of your golf season.
Good luck to Frontier Academy. We cross paths with you all the time in the Patriot League. So
thank you very much.
Thanks,
Have a good
Coach.
day.
You too. Thank you. So getting ready for the 9:20 tee time.
From Valor High School, Caleb.
Coach Gilbert announcing it.
From Stratton High School, Tyler Nutter. From Resurrection Christian High School, Graham Riggs. And rounding out the group today, from Vista Peak High School, Jaden Jefferson.
Hey. So that's the 9:20 tee time of from Valor, Caleb Ryan.
All right, gentlemen, have a great round. Keep up with the group.
So my apologies for that. We had a provisional being taken there, but we had Caleb Ryan from Valor in the 9:20 tee time with Kyler Notter from Stratton, Graham Riggs from Resurrection Christian, Jaden Jefferson from Vista Peak. So I'd like to thank Coach Corey Weedle from Stratton High School for joining us, head golf coach at Stratton. And so I've got to ask my first question, do you know Mitch Swanson? That's got to be my first question. The Stratton Flash.
I've heard the name. I don't really know it, though.
Graduate.
How can you not know that name?
Graduate from back in the 1980s there. So, because he's a Strasburg guy now. But so, Coach, glad you could come out to the Strasburg Invite. What are you looking from your team today?
So my son Braden Weedle is a senior, and he's played here quite a few times over the past few years, a regional and some junior golf things in the summer. I was hoping for a really good score out of him today. And then I've got 3 sophomores that it's their first time on a big 18-hole, really nice course. And so honestly, want them to enjoy the experience and have some good shots and want to come back.
So, I mean, this golf is one of those sports, though, that if you're great at it, doesn't matter the level you're at, and like Strasburg, Stratton, a smaller school, but the neat thing about golf is you can compete with the biggest school in the state.
That's right, and it's fun for us to be out here with names like Valor Christian and Columbine that we always see on the news, but never get to compete with them. So that is kind of a neat experience.
Yeah. So what tournaments do you hit? What are you able to hit on the Eastern Plains as far as golf tournaments?
Yeah, so we started with Brush and then Yuma our first week, and then we were at Holyoke last week Friday. We would have gone to Ray today, but the chance to come to Murphy Creek was too good to pass up. But Ray does have a nice 9-hole course out there, and then Burlington and Shine Wells out on the east. But then trying to get up to some 18-hole courses like Murphy Creek. So we'll be at Sterling on Friday, and we'll be at Fort Morgan next week, or 2 weeks.
And your regional, where do you play your regional?
It's going to be at Collindale, Fort Collins for Region 3.
Oh, okay. And then state for?
State will be in Elizabeth at Spring Valley.
Okay, that's right. So, so as you look and you prepare into regionals, and I assume you got a couple golfers that haven't been able to golf much. What have you seen so far in the season that you've gotten out of it as far as your team?
So Braden has been in the 70s each time, and so hoping that he can keep getting that score lower and maybe come in around par. Our second player also is a sophomore, and he's also a football player, so he's doing both.
Oh.
And so we share him, and so he can score in the 80s on a good day, but because he's doing both, sometimes it's just too hard to hit the ball that good that day, and he could come in the 90s, or who knows today, it could be over 100, it could be 89. He's one of those athletic kids that you just admire, but there's difficulties in golf that just sometimes athleticism can't overcome. You've got to be smart with the club choices and where you place the ball. And then a couple of other sophomores that they score around 100 on a small 9-hole course, playing around twice for 18. Just wanting them to move some of their bad scores, 8s, down to 7s and 6s, and I tell them, hey, if you can take a 4 on a par 3, that's a good score. Be on in 2 or 3, chip and putt, and keep the score down a little bit. So really, we've been working on the short game quite a bit in Stratton.
Now, your son Braden, is this something that you started him very young, or is this something that he took to later on?
Yeah, he started golfing with me when he was pretty young, 4 or 5 years old, when he'd have some plastic clubs from the department store, and then graduated up to the junior clubs. And I wish I could have gotten him to play as a freshman, but we didn't have golf in Stratton back then. He played for Burlington as a sophomore and just completely skipped golf as a freshman, played football instead. And man, I wish I had that year back, and I'd say, man, just go play with Burlington for that year until we started golf last year in Stratton. But yeah, he's played a ton. He's played on the Junior Golf of Alliance of Colorado this last 2 summers, and that's helped a lot. One of the neat experiences he got to play with Charlie Flaxbeard from Cherry Creek, who was the Colorado Junior Amateur Champion. And so played with him 2 days, and a really neat kid from Cherry Creek that a kid from Stratton would never get to golf with. But those are some fun experiences that our kids get to enjoy.
And what's he looking to do after graduation?
So he was hoping to play college golf, but his scores haven't been good enough to go to the places that he wants. I'm a Wyoming graduate, so we thought about that, and my family's a K-State graduate, and he's just not quite at that level. But we did find a really neat program at University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. It's a PGA golf management program inside the College of Business.
Oh,
and so we visited there a couple weeks ago and met the program director and the internship coordinator, and really like how much he could be involved with golf as a career and still get to play. So that's kind of his first choice right now is UCCS.
Well, fantastic. Well, Coach, as we get ready for our next tee time, just want to thank you for stopping by, and glad Stratton was able to make it here to Murphy Creek to the Strasburg Invite.
All right, as we say in Stratton, it's a great day to be an Eagle.
So getting ready for the 9:30 tee time here at the Strasburg Invite. Let's check some scores. I don't know if how our updating's going here. We're having a little problem with the system. But we do have Jake Gilbert after 5 at 3 under. So Strasburg senior leading in the early going. Quentin Caldwell at 2 under. They're both after 5, so they're on the 6th hole. Caleb Schaefer, 2 under. Caleb Schaefer from Sterling. Eric Lest, 1 under from Columbine. So, and then we have Dawson Thulin from Vista Peak, and Dylan DiOrio and Gage Meese and Henry Chafin all at even par. Matai Nikita from Columbine, even par, and Ryan Brady at even par. So those are some of the early tee times that took off, and we'll hopefully keep up on their scores as we go along.
All right, from Yuma High School, Brecken Josh.
Okay, getting ready for the 9:30.
From Valor High School, Hunter Maine. From Brush High School, Meyer Wickham. And rounding out the group today from Resurrection Christian High School, Noah Smith. All right, good luck, gentlemen. Keep up with the group in front of you. Have a good round. Help each other out.
So that's 9:30 tee time. Brecken Josh from Yuma, Hunter Maine from Valor, Meyer Wickham from Brush, and Noah Smith from Resurrection Christian, the 9:30 tee time. I'd like to welcome Coach Anthony Wilson from Brush High School. And Coach, beautiful day here.
Holy cow, yeah.
A little windy, but whenever I golf, I need 0 wind. But beautiful day here at Murphy Creek.
Absolutely gorgeous.
So what, as far as your team, how things been going in the early going, or actually the early to mid going, I guess, since golf's so quick here this season?
Yeah, we're midway through the season already. It's crazy. Pretty decent, I would say. We have a couple kids who are playing about as good as they can. Had a kid shoot 78 last week at Boomerang, and that's his best round by about 10 strokes. So if he can continue playing that well, we'll be in a decent spot. Another kid who shot that was Meyer Wickham, and then Quentin Molback shot in the mid 80s last week as well. So doing okay. And then the rest of them are mid to high 90s, and so we're playing pretty well. Other two on the varsity right now are Sam Metlin and Parker Stone.
And you've got a nice course out there to practice on over in Brush, don't you?
Yeah, really nice 9-hole course, and our pro has been doing an amazing job at cleaning it up and making it look really nice. They just did a bunch of work on the 9th hole and put some fountains in and extended the water over into the fairway, so makes it a little bit more challenging, and then filled the water hazards on 1 and 9, so it becomes a much more challenging course with adding that actual water into it.
So how many total players do you have out on your program this year?
This year we have 6. Our number 1, he is hurt right now, so he has overuse injury in his elbow. He is a baseball player, so he's taken the first half of the season to rest and make sure that he's in a good spot, and that's Braxton Shelton, who's made it to state his first 3 years, and it's his senior year, so figured we'll take it easy as long as we can, and whenever he feels like he's ready to come back, we'll reintroduce him into the lineup.
Now, is your regional up in Greeley as well?
Yes, yeah, we'll be at the same region, and right now that region is stacked.
Yes, it is.
And they don't usually like to move more than one team from a region, so I'm hoping that they stick with the top 8 and separate the top 8, because right now we're projected to have 3 of the top 8 in our region, and so and really even more than that, when you look at the top 15, we have a considerable amount of those when you throw Eaton into that mix and Strasburg into that mix and Reds into that mix and Frontier, and the names just keep getting longer and longer. And then you have teams like us and Stratton who have one player who's shooting mid-70s, and it's going to take a low number to make it from our region this year. So.
Yeah, it definitely will, but it's nice that you have kids that have that opportunity to be able to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was nice last year in the COVID year to not have any changes, and so going into this year with everything being the same and not really having to worry about it is really nice for those kids as well. They know what it takes because they were all on the team last year, and nothing changes, so they're just gotta shoot well on that day.
Yeah, and it's just, a lot of the other sports pretty jealous of golf because you got to actually have a season last year.
Yeah, and with no restrictions on numbers that could make it to state, like cross country, they lowered the number of kids that could run, and so you had kids that normally would have made it that didn't, where golf, we were pretty free and easy, which was pretty nice.
Yeah. So you think overall in golf, I mean, what do you think are the biggest positives that a kid gets out of golf?
Oh, I mean, the biggest one in my mind is learning to deal with adversity. Just because if you have a bad shot and you dwell on that shot, you're going to struggle the rest of the day. But if you hit a bad shot and you're able to put that behind you and move forward, you're going to be able to shoot a pretty decent round. And that's just like in life. Something creeps up on you and smacks you in the face. You can either dwell on it and let it bother you for the next couple months, or you can set it behind you and move forward.
Yeah, and golf is also that unique sport that you can play it pretty much forever.
Oh yeah, well, and that's what I tell all the kids that I try to get to go out for golf is, how many of you are going to go on and play a different sport forever? There's not many sports that you can play forever. Even sports, if you make it pro, you only have a 10 to 15 year window of time that you can play, where golf, you're going to play it forever until you're 70, 80, 90 years old in some cases. So absolutely.
Now, I've been asking, I'm just interested in this question. What do you think is the major or a major character trait that bodes well, specifically in the game of golf?
Oh man, character trait that bodes well in golf. I would say just a relaxed personality. If you're a relaxed person, you're going to be much better on the golf course, and it's something that you can actually learn from and put into your own life to make sure that you don't take things more seriously than they are. Like me, I'm not a good golfer. I'm just not. So if I go out on the golf course thinking I'm going to shoot par and get frustrated because I don't, then it's going to be a tough day. But if you go out and you acknowledge the fact that, yeah, I'm not a very good golfer, I'm just out here to have fun, then it becomes a much more enjoyable thing to do for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Well, Coach, thank you very much for stopping by, and I wish you and the Brush Golf team best of wishes for the rest of the season.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Coach Weston.
From Yuma High School, J.J. Ward. From Brush High School, Quentin Mulbach. From Resurrection High School, Seth Brunin. And for Valor High School, Stephen Lukasevich. Yeah, I think, yeah. Here you go.
And that's the 9:40 a.m. tee time with J.J. Ward from Yuma, Quentin Mulbach from Brush, Seth Brunin from Resurrection Christian, and Stephen Lukasevich from Valor Christian. Going to have Coach Eric Gilbert here for a few minutes. So, Coach Gilbert, if you would run through some scores here, I'm going to take a quick break, and it's all yours, sir.
Awesome. So it appears, let's see here. Based on what we got, it looks like Jake is in the lead at this point. Jake Gilbert from Strasburg High School at 3 under. Caleb Schaefer from Sterling at 2 under. Quentin Caldwell from Columbine High School at 1 under. Alex is even. Caleb Ryan even. Dawson Thulin even from Vista Peak. This is his home course here. Vista Peak practices out here on a regular basis. Gage Meese even, Henry Chafin. So we got a lot of kids even, which is great. Matai from Columbine, Nagita, he's an extremely talented player. He's having a little tough go on the front here, but either way, he's look for him to be one of the best players in the state by the end of the year. Not to mention next year, he's an incredible talent. It's our next Strasburg player here, which is Cameron. Obviously, he had a tough second hole, looks to be. So he looks like he's 5 over already after 2. So he had a tough second hole. Not sure what happened there, but again, those out there, we sure appreciate you you know, chiming in with us today. This is a unique situation. We were able to do this, and it's nice to be able to know that, you know, our teams, if a lot of our fans aren't able to come out here to the golf course, which is, you know, it's a unique situation. Golf, you know, we play during the week, and it's not like a Friday Night Lights situation where everybody can come. It's, you know, we play while everybody's working, so at least this is a unique outlet. Everybody can put it on their computers and kind of monitor how the day's going. We're definitely going to be here probably till 3 or 4 o'clock at least today, if not a little bit later. But yeah, it's going to definitely be a long day. But again, we have some high-level golf going on, and certainly in those first 2 or 3 groups, you know, anybody can win in those first 2 or 3 groups. There's some outstanding players. We absolutely have some of our best talent in this state here at this golf tournament today. So I suspect we'll have an earned winner. So we're in the process of trying to get out and actually watch some play with Jake's first group, maybe the second group as well. We're just working through some technical things, and hopefully soon we'll be able to actually get out there and watch some of our players actually swing the club, other than here just at the tee box. So anyway, but we're you know, it's been a unique week. Hopefully, we're certainly thinking about those families, and from the situation in Afghanistan. You know, we respect our service members greatly. We decided today would be one way to be able to honor them with our tee box and the American flags. We certainly want to. We're thinking about a lot of our service members. Certainly, some of our kids from Strasburg that have gone on to become service members or current service members. We're thinking about you guys right now, especially that are abroad, and a little bit of danger's way. So we're certainly thinking about you, and we're playing in honor of you guys today as well. So anyway, so Peyton, it looks like we're getting some things figured out, maybe a little bit. Hopefully soon, right? Yeah. Good. Well, hopefully we'll get the next groups off here, and Coach Hemphill will join us momentarily. But for a moment, I've got to be able to get the next group going. Thanks again, guys.
And from Brush High School, Sam Metland.
Good ball.
Good ball. All right, gentlemen, play fast. Keep up with the group in front of you. Help each other out. Keep accurate scores. Thank you.
All right, that was 950 group. Blake Marcantonio from Resurrection Christian, Eli Dwyer from Strasburg, Jared Gibbons from Stratton, Samuel Metland from Brush, the 950 AM group. First group is coming up on 9, so we'll see if we can pan over there and get a look at them. That first group was Ethan Carr, Jacob Gilbert, Matai Nikita, and Caleb Schaefer. time. Callum Hoskins from Estes Park, Fisher Schilling from Stratton, Josh Schneider from Strasburg, and Parker Stone from Brush. So we'll take a quick, we're going to go mute here for a moment, and we'll get back to you. So on that 10 a.m. tee time, just to repeat, Callum Hoskins, Estes Park, Fisher Schilling, Stratton, Josh Schneider from Strasburg, and Parker Stone from Brush. So we're getting ready for, it's our last varsity group, getting ready to tee off here at the Strasburg Indians Invite. Coach Gilbert giving them instructions as we speak. So they're just off the camera angle. We'll switch here. Peyton will get a angle on them so we can see them. I'll switch that over. The what? He'll probably have a minute here. So we got a Strasburg golfer in this next group, James Sorensen. Getting ready to tee off.
From Strasburg High School, James Sorensen. That'll work? Oh, that'll work just fine. You got a good angle into the hole from there. Okay? From Yuma High School, Kyle, shoot. From Estes Park High School, Micah McCreary. Good ball, Micah. And rounding out our last varsity group from Yuma High School, Will Noble. All right, gentlemen, keep up with the group in front of you. Keep accurate scores. Hit
All right, that's last varsity group, the 10:10 a.m. tee-off. James Sorensen from Strasburg, Kyle Schutz from Yuma, Micah McCreary from Estes Park, and Will Noble from Yuma. So all the varsity groups are off, and we'll get ready for the JV. They're going to move up to the tee box up ahead here. Coach Weathers? All right. Let's turn this on. So, Peyton, you got that good to go, and we'll hopefully that. Hey, don't forget that. Well, Coach Weathers, thanks for stopping by. So, head coach Yuma High School. So, how's the team looking this year?
We've got a lot on our team this year. We ended up with 19.
Oh my!
Yeah, it's definitely been a different year for us. Usually we're around that 11, 12 mark, but this year we had a huge influx of freshmen that came in, and ended up having a lot of guys that play football as well. That
so they're allowed to do both.
Well, they played last year with all the COVID stuff and with football being later, so they played last year, and then we just kept them on the team, and they actually played really well for us last year. In fact, most of my varsity last year was all football players, and so this year it's going to be a little bit different. We changed some stuff around where they can't miss practices, and they can't miss any games, obviously, from their priority sport, which for them is football. So we really haven't, up to this point, been able to take my real top 4 guys to any tournament together yet. We're hoping maybe when we get, in the next couple weeks before we get to regionals, maybe we can get them to 1 or 2 together and get used to playing together as a team before
Now,
we get
are
into
you
regionals.
are you going to be able to get them all to regionals though?
I think I think postseason is a little bit different. Now with regionals, because we're in that region 3 that they just figured out was going to be at Collindale over at Fort Collins, and now that's on a Tuesday. Usually regionals is on a Monday, and makes it a little bit different too, because now usually we go the day before and do our practice round and then have the regular round the next day. So they're going to end up having to miss two practices for football if those are the guys that we end up taking. But a couple of the guys have already talked to the football coach and the athletic director that are kind of already know that they would be there, and hopefully we could get them there.
Yeah. So with that number of golfers, is there ever too many that you can have out on the team there?
I tell you what, our golf course has definitely suggested that might be too many. We've, our poor driving range and our little 9-hole course out there in Yuma, it's taken a beating. So we've, over the last few weeks, we haven't even been on the driving range. We actually go down into the, we actually hit off of a little bit of a slope, but we get off the green grass, and because we don't want to tear it up any more than what the regular play is doing. So we do that, and we always sand and seed our divots and everything after we're done. And so hopefully we can keep the course in good shape that way.
Yeah, but you just hate to turn away kids because, I mean, somebody wants to participate. It's really great to give them that opportunity.
And it's, the kids have to start somewhere, right? So even if they're shooting 130, 140, you still want them there because they've got to be able to get that experience to where, I've seen it so many times. This is my 8th year, I think, coaching. I don't know. It's either my 7th or my 8th. I can't remember.
They all start to blend, don't they? When you get.
But I've seen it so many times where you got these kids that start out shooting really high numbers. I had one kid shot a 174 in qualifying one year. Ended up that was his sophomore year. He was his first year with me. And then by the time he was a senior, he was shooting in the high 80s and ended up being an all-conference player for us. So you've got to be able to let those kids have the opportunity, and I never want to not have a kid on the team just because they're shooting a high number, especially where we're a public school and we don't have tryouts. We have qualifying rounds to see where you rank in the team, and then you'll get tournaments based off of that. But never want to kick anybody off.
Yeah, and you're probably, golf is one. I don't know about your situation, but there's most places you'll go to, there'll be a few golfers that if they didn't golf, they would do nothing else in the school. So it's great to have them part of something.
Yeah, and I've got one guy that is that way. He doesn't do any other sports, and so he was my number 1 today. In fact, my only upperclassman that I brought today. Coach Gilbert was nice enough to let us bring 8 players today, and I've got 1 senior, and then the rest are sophomores and freshmen that are here.
So the future looks bright at Yuma, I would guess.
I think so. We've got some. My number 2 today is also a freshman, and he'll be one of those that, is probably going to be teetering on whether he breaks 100 today or not. But pretty much everybody else on the team is going to be in between that 100 and 110 mark. So, we're getting there, right?
Yeah.
It's not. We're not seeing those freshmen coming in that are already shooting around par like you see in some places, but we'll get there.
Yeah, and being at Yuma, they do have access to golf, but probably not like the metro area where there's so many opportunities, on a daily basis. They sort of have to work to get their opportunities.
Yeah, and there's been a golf academy got started in Yuma as well, so we're been able to use that over the winter months and everything. We've got some indoor putting greens, indoor nets, and a couple different simulators and everything in there. So we've been able to take advantage of that, and hopefully that'll, over the years to come, will enable our high school team to become a little bit better.
Well,
compete a little bit better. Anyways, we've kind of always been that team. I've always called us the best of the rest. we've always finished like 6th or 7th at regionals every year, and we always have those 4 or 5 schools that are just dominating, and we've always finished about 20 strokes behind them, but then the best of everybody else. So,
well, Coach,
we've been consistent, I guess.
So, well, I'm glad that you're able to bring 8 over, and we got a beautiful day here at Murphy Creek Golf Course.
This is awesome, and this is cool having you guys out here too.
Oh, this has been fantastic. This has been a lot of fun. So we're glad we're able to do it, and we've had a lot of good coaches stop by. So thank you very much, and best of luck at Yuma the rest of the way.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Coach. Thanks for stopping by. Looks like you got a lot of golfers. Well, we're getting ready for our JVs to tee off.
The what? Turn it down just a bit. Oh, it's really loud. Yeah.
That a little better? I don't know.
Still super loud, but because I don't know how my voice is coming across, but I don't want to have to shout at you.
Oh, you're fine how you are right there. So
okay.
Hopefully we're okay. Hopefully we're okay there. So
we can make that work.
It is a little loud though. I'll tell you for sure.
That's okay.
We joined by Coach Mike Marticonis. I hope I'm saying that, even though I just asked you. I hope I'm saying that right. So, Coach, thanks for stopping by. Short trip for you today here at Murphy Creek. Is this your home course?
Let me turn around and yep. Looks like the school's getting along just fine without me today. The
This is our home course.
So just a beautiful day here at Murphy Creek. So, so overall, how's your season been going there, Vista Peak?
So overall, it's been going okay. We have 3 seniors and a sophomore on varsity, and the guys have improved, and we're looking forward to a strong regional performance. I think the team has a shot to go to state this year.
Oh, fantastic! And where's your regional at?
So we're 4A, and we're going to be up in Greeley at Highland Hills on September 21st.
That's a lot of trees up there at Highland Hills.
Yep. Not so much an issue this year. It has been in the past. Boys keeping it down the fairway because out here at Murphy, there's not a lot of trees. But I still feel confident.
Fantastic. So who are the top teams that you're going to be competing against in regional there?
Well, I think the strongest team up there by far is Silver Creek. We played against them in the Frederick Classic last week, and I think collectively as a team they turned in like a 1 or 2 under to win that tournament. So they have a very strong team, and as you know, they only take 2 teams for state. So I think the rest of us will be battling for the second spot.
And your state's where?
State will be at City Park this year.
Oh.
Right. So, yeah, I used to play it. I haven't seen it since they did the remod, but that's exciting that it's right here in town.
And how has your participation been? I mean, there's been a lot of, I don't know if it's been an influx, but with more things being open, it seems like there's a little more participation. Are you where are you at on that?
Yeah, I would say so. We had 6 freshmen come out this year, which is more than we've ever had. So boys showed a lot of interest last year as 8th graders, right? And I think because they got out with their parents more, they were at home, and the parents were like, we need to get out of the house, and one thing we can do is golf. And pardon me for just a second because we have a gentleman teeing off here. Oh, that's how I hit it right there straight down the middle.
So I think we had a latecomer. That's our varsity golfer. I think that's got to be Cash Sanger that he must have taken off a little bit late, but he's going to be on the back tees. So because we're getting ready for the JV to go. So how long have you been golf coach there at Vista Peak?
So I've been golf coach now. This is my 5th year, and I've been at Vista Peak for 7 years. Yep, and loving it.
Yeah, and that's essentially, let's see, when did Vista Peak open? Have you been there pretty much from the beginning?
Vista Peak now, I want to say we're either 9 or 10 years old.
Okay. And have you been in the Aurora District elsewhere before?
Nope. This is prior to this. This is my 3rd career. So I did teach in DPS for a couple years. I taught in a center-based program, and so I did the alternative teacher license thing because our son was diagnosed with a learning disability, and so it's time for a career change when I got into teaching. And prior to that, I was in sales, pharmaceutical sales, and prior to that, I was a commercial pilot and a military pilot.
Oh, so vast experience.
Lots of fun. Lots of fun.
Now, is golf a sport that from a child that you took up and played all the way through?
Yes. I want to say I started at about 11. We lived not too far from a golf course, and my parents played. And so I just kind of took to it. My parents would drop me off in the morning, pick me up in the evening, kind of a thing. I would just, bang balls all day. And did a lot of short game work, but I really enjoyed it. That was kind of my thing in high school.
And had you seen it as far as the kids in the years that you've been going? Is there a certain type of personality types that you think sort of fit golf the best?
I think those that are like self-motivated, self-driven, they because it just takes a lot of work developmentally, and so that personality type that just wants to be really good at something and is competitive.
Yeah, I'm going to stop. Wait for a second here. The 1020 group just took off. That was Brody Castillo, Brody Ramirez, Cooper DeLauber. He's a Strasburg High School sophomore, and Jack Bornhoff. They're walking down that fairway, and you can probably in the background see them taking off. So, as far as development, golf is very unique because some sports coaches will be just hands-on almost 12 months a year. How do you approach your program?
So, it's an evolving, growing process. The first year more hands off than I should have been, right? And because it is, like you say, it's not something you can, play for our short season, which is 7 weeks, forget about it until July or August, and then pick it back up. So we've been doing, I get the boys up to speed on, all the summer programs with the JCGA and et cetera, first tee program. So getting the boys involved in that because we're not supposed to have official contact. Um, so I give the boys opportunities, and make the parents aware of that as well. We also have some hitting mats at the school, right, just to check in with the boys, and just kind of keep up with them on remind as well, right? Just to say, hey, coach hasn't forgotten about you. What are you doing to work on your game?
Yeah, and being at a bigger school like you are, do you have a lot of multi-sport athletes in your golf program, or are they pretty much golfers?
Well, we have the starting pitcher on the varsity baseball team. We have the starting shortstop on the varsity baseball team that are on our varsity. Um, Dawson is a natural athlete. He'd be a very skilled volleyball player, but we don't have a boys volleyball team. So he just golfs, and our number 4, Jaden, is a golfer as well. Yeah.
So a little bit of mix here and there where
Little
they
mix,
do that. So.
absolutely.
How do you think of golf? It's one of the. There's a handful of sports like this. It's completely individual, yet it's amazing how much teamwork goes together in the game of golf.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I agree with you 100%. So the teamwork part, there's coach, which kind of sets the direction for the players, and comes up with a practice schedule, and tells asks the boys what they should be working on because they kind of know, right? And so the other boys are there to, peer pressure is very strong. It's influential, right? So, the boys, are made to kind of, check in with each other, to tell them to refocus, to tell them, like, are you sure you got that score on that hole? I saw you do this kind of a thing, right? Just to kind of reinforce, the etiquette and and what we want to see in tournament play. But the camaraderie piece is fantastic. The boys feel like really close as a golf team, both varsity and JV. Varsity is very interested in what JV scores, and to give them attaboys when we talk about post tournament on the putting green. We recognize everybody that did well, and recognized where people that had made improvements in their games. I think that is just a strong part of the program.
Yeah. And the other thing about golf, there's a lot of sports that it's almost the thought if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying kind of thing, and if whatever you can get away with. But golf is so diametrically opposed to that.
Right. I agree.
Oh, we'll stop for a second here. We got some guys teeing off.
Sure, here. They're going to be a minute, I think. Yeah. No, I think. You just have to be, it's great because it teaches you that individual responsibility, right? Like how to be responsible for what, your actions, and to hold yourself accountable. And how do you overcome that? If you make a birdie, that's great. How did you make that birdie? If we didn't score as well, like what are you going to fix, right? And so, I think I started off as a coach just out there, riding around the cart saying, hey, like, oh, I noticed on that shot you did this, right? But they need to figure it out.
For sure. So I don't know what we got. Looks like we got a handful from the same team here. Getting ready to tee off. So let's see. And I think we're getting. I know Coach Gilbert's down there. I think he's getting ready for his 10:30 tee time. I think they got a few guys that they're waiting right here. So. How do you think of as the season? Oh, better wait here, I guess.
That's right where he was aimed.
stay in the fairway there. So it looks like we had some varsity golfers tee off as they're waiting for the JV, I think. Or, oh, they're teeing off. Okay, they're in the 10:30 group. So we had our, and I don't have the schools to go with it, but the 10:30 group is Cassius Coombs, Charlie Barber, Garrett Fetty, Strasburg product, and Noah Hansen. So another thing, Coach, as far as off-season work your players put in, do you have a number of players that put in extensive travel and play tournaments?
No, I don't. So I think it's a little bit overrated. I think, like using myself as an example, right? We didn't have any of that, growing up. There are more opportunities, but I think, it puts a lot of pressure on kids, and I think a lot of that comes from the parents. I don't put that expectation on my kids. The, we were talking about having them figure out how to correct their mistakes on course. And I think they also need just to figure out like what they need to do to get better and how am I going to work towards getting better, right? I mean, I'll guide them in that direction. But we don't have any of those. I don't have any of those kids that just are obsessive. I have some of the baseball obsessives, right, that travel great distance to play in competitive leagues and things like that. But not on the golf team.
Yeah, and it's interesting. This is all sports, and this is not just golf. Sometimes the more is not better, and there's different ways to develop your game. So, are you a big believer driving range, working on chipping, coming out of the sand? Is the skill work a big thing on your mind consistently?
Oh, yes, I think so. I played a lot of competitive golf, and you know, you want to stand over every shot, every conceivable shot. You want to be confident in how you're going to hit it, right? You want to be, hit it with a trajectory off of different lies, and the only way you get that confidence is just practice, 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 practice. And like as you mentioned, bunker shots, long bunker shots, fairway bunker shots. Um, you know, back in the day, we didn't have those pick-me-up things at the range, right? So you had a shag bag and you hit them and you went out and picked them up, right? And so that really helped with the dispersion, right? Because I don't feel like walking like 30 yards right or 30 yards left. I want to hit them right down the middle, right? I wanted to pick up all my balls within 10 yards either side of center line, right?
That is motivation.
That
definitely.
is motivation. Sure, absolutely.
Well, what do you think is, and you mentioned just briefly, potentially people overplay in a way. What do you think are some of the misconceptions about what makes someone a better golfer?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think what makes the misconceptions? I think along those same lines, I think quality is better than quantity, right? So I think there are a lot of good golfers out there, not just out here in college, in the mini tour, on the PGA tour, right? They might be the exception. A lot of people that are really good, right? But when it comes crunch time, when it comes tournament time, right? That's the true test of like what your skill level is at. So I think if you can put in that quality practice, that quality play to learn how to perform under these types of conditions, I think that should have preference over quantity.
Yeah, in the you sort of alluding to the idea of the mental side, and that's probably the area still. There's been a lot more written about that and a lot more work on that probably in the last 20 years, but we're still a long ways on the mental side.
Yeah, I would agree. It's it's I think you said it perfectly.
That's and that's tough. And when you mentioned that, made me think of that when you mentioned basically you can golf good, and if you're out there and it's a Thursday afternoon and nothing's on it, but if it's Sunday afternoon, it's so.
Yeah,
now,
I mean, like even as an example, like when Tiger Woods was in his prime, if Tiger was at the top of the leaderboard, every other player that was in contention, I mean, were they
Yeah,
on Sunday afternoon?
they seem to shrink. That's true.
They shrunk, and Tiger, stood up.
Yeah, and that's amazing. That's where those golfers. They're just amazing at the PGA level. One other opinion before I let you go on and follow your players and coach them up, but players like just in the PGA, what do you think of some of the movement like a Bryson DeChambeau? Is this he's very unique, and I think there's people that fall on both or many ends on what they think of that, but he's changed. That's a completely different mindset in golf.
Sure. You know, first of all, I'll say this. You can't argue with his success, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And but his short game is terrible. I mean, you can tell he doesn't put in the work on his putting and his chipping. But I would say you look at guys like Jim Furyk, right? Look at that swing. You look at
Lee Trevino.
Lee Trevino was an amazing guy, right? Just got to meet him a couple times. He grew up, playing skins games, right? That's how he got really good at what he did. And David Graham took the club back to here, took it back halfway, but he won a U.S. Open playing that way, right? So I think whatever works for you. That sounded good. Whatever works for you works for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I tell you what, it truly is an amazing game. Can work and tinker with it forever, can't you?
Right. I think what did Furyk shot? He broke 60 twice in tournament play, didn't he? He's got 259s to his credit.
Amazing golfer.
Yeah.
His swing looked like a banana.
Right. So that's one thing we're working on is, if the boys can just get off the tee, right? I mean, that's the most important shot of the whole round right there. Get off the first tee.
Yeah.
Right. You got to be able to get off the tee.
That's for sure.
That's gonna that kind of mindset will carry with you throughout the round. It's hard to shake that one off.
That is for sure. Yeah, that's for sure. That's a tough one. Well, Coach, I'll let you go. Thanks for stopping by. Really enjoyed talking to you about your team and about some things otherwise. And good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Kevin. It was nice talking to you too, and thank you for the questions. It's we don't get we're out there kind of on an island as coaches, right? We don't get to talk a lot about golf, but appreciate it.
All right. Well, thanks for coming by.
Thanks. All right. I don't know why they were coming back.
All right, so off in the background, hopefully you can see the 10:40 tee off time. Those guys walking off to down the first fairway. Braden Brunk, Dane DeTulio, Caden Kimball, and Will Bornhoff. Also, the 10:30 tee time was Castus Coombs, Charlie Barber, Garrett Fetty from Strasburg High School, and Noah Hansen. 10:20 tee time was Brody Castillo, Brody Ramirez, Cooper DeLauber from Strasburg, and Jake Bornhoff. And getting ready for I believe the 10:50 tee time. I think we're on schedule here. And 10:50 tee time is a threesome. It's going to be Caleb Jones, Ryan Brunin, and Zach Hightower from Strasburg. And our last tee time will be the 11 a.m. tee time. That's Avery Lawley, Brody Herb from Strasburg, and Caden Connor. So, beautiful day. Winds died down here at Murphy Creek. So, we will continue on. And We've got our, going to be looking at our remote camera. We've got Peyton Wallace out there, and I'm not quite sure what he's got here. So you can probably hear him in the background a little bit. Oh. So I'm going to go ahead and switch it over here. So you'll see this. I'm not for sure where they're at here on the course. We'll see if we can catch a few players. So in the meantime, I'd like to thank Strasburg Booster Club for all their work and help in making these broadcasts possible, and definitely our sponsors. So we'll announce some of them. We have 3 levels of sponsors: red, black, and white sponsors. So our red sponsors: Remax Full House, Ladybug Landing. Black sponsors: Wolf Race Removal, Rookies, Strasburg Auto Parts, Maverick Steel, Action Sign and Graphics, Clausen Chiropractic, Western Hardware, and the Gift Shop, and Weller Insurance. And we incredibly grateful for their sponsorship. So look down there. It looks like we've got a cart going down. So Peyton, unfortunately, can't hear what he's got going, but hopefully if we can catch a sight, we will jump in and talk a little bit. Also, so you'll see him going down the line there. And I'll check up on scores as well. As they're getting ready, this is the 10:50 tee time, so I'm going to pop over and we'll look at him, or look at the time. Look like Caleb Jones getting ready to tee off here in the JV set. Going to a little bit of a backlog on the scores, as some of our leaders, their scores have not been reported there. But after 9, Jake Gilbert tied for the lead. Strasburg High School senior Jake Gilbert, he's 1 under. Quentin Caldwell from Columbine is also at 1 under, and Caleb Schaefer is at 1 under. So those are the 3 leaders. At even, we got Dawson Thulin, Alex Lest, John Yoder, and Matt Paris. 1 over. Matt Cicero from Columbine is 1 over. Eli Dwyer 1 over after 3. He's Strasburg High School sophomore, Eli Dwyer. Ryan Brady from Mullen 1 over after 11. Seth Brunin from Rez 1 over, but his score is back to just the 3rd hole. So those are some of our leaders here in the tournament. So we've got just a beautiful day. Winds died down. We're going to be able to see a little bit here. Not sure where Peyton's at as they're waiting. I'll throw over there. We've got he's got him in the background. I think he's following the Jake Gilbert group. So we'll hopefully get an idea of where he's at, and hopefully we can get a little closer. We can see what's going on. Might be able to hear a little bit in the background from where Peyton Wallace is out on the course. I'm going to switch it back. This is the 10:50 tee time. Looks like our first one getting to tee off. Caleb Jones getting ready to tee off. And next up is going to be Ryan Brunin. correction. This is Zach Hightower from Strasburg. Getting ready to tee off. You should be able to see him pretty well. Yep. So the lefty getting ready to tee off. And he's down the fairway. And this is probably Ryan Brunin, I would guess. So we'll keep updating the scores as we go along here. Pretty close to everybody teed off. We got one more JV group ready to tee off. Leader still at 1 under. That's Jacob Gilbert from Strasburg, Quentin Caldwell from Columbine, and Caleb Schaefer from Sterling, all at 1 under. And we'll try to catch some other groups here as we're going to be done pretty soon here at the first tee. We're going to move the camera over a little bit, see if we can catch some golfers coming up 9. So that's the second to last group. Last group, 11 a.m. group's going to be Avery Lally, Brody Herb from Strasburg, and Caden Connor getting ready to tee off. So you can probably hear in the background a little bit Peyton talking, and pretty faint, but I might be able to catch a little bit what he's got going here. Looks coming across there. That looks like the first group, the Jacob Gilbert group. Ethan Carr, Jacob Gilbert, Matai, Nakika, and Caleb Schaefer. And then you can see that they're following along there. Quite a few carts. That's the lead group. And they should be, they're going to be somewhere around the 12th hole, I would guess. So Coach Gilbert's right here. He can tell us where we're at here.
First group, I believe, is on 12.
12 looks like it, and I think Peyton's in the chase car. Looks like he's coming across. Does that look like 12 there, Coach Gilbert? Why don't you put on the headphones? We talk a few minutes if you got a minute.
Yep. All right.
So as we follow along, we're going to try. I'll make it a little larger so Coach Gilbert and I can maybe see a little bit.
12 is a par.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to hear them. There's Jake. They're trying to distract him. We got to tell Peyton not to distract him. That might have been Jake's mom that's trying to distract him.
Either that or it's actually some of our. Am I actually on?
No.
Am I
Sorry
on?
about
Oh,
that.
I'm on
Now
now.
I got
Okay.
you on. Sorry about that. So
actually, some of our students have come out and supported.
Yeah, and I saw
Jake.
Talon Hall and
So some of his
Jesse Burt,
some of his
Landon
crews
Martin out here so.
supporting Jake and
Good.
supporting Cam. Cam's had a couple tough holes, but Jake in the last couple tough holes. So he went from the lead at 3 under to I think he's either 1 over or even.
So we got him updated at 9. So
yeah, so he's. I know.
Let's see if they're
Jen
updated.
said he went OB on 10 and then par at 11, so I'm not sure.
There's still a lot of golf to be played here.
Yeah.
So you'll hear them a little bit in the background as we're talking.
I think Taleb's at 3 under now, so he's birdied a couple. So.
Well, Taleb, we got him at 1 under after 11. So this is the tee off at 12, right?
Yep, I think so.
So we're looking at this. So Coach Gilbert, thanks again for having us out.
Well,
what a
thank you.
beautiful day out here. It's in
kind
Murphy Creek.
Kind of a bonus that The only problem is, or not problem, but still too much haze. We can't see the mountains.
Yeah.
But I'll take this greenery
But
over anything.
It's beautiful. This is currently, I think I would be in fourth hour
like
algebra 1, so this is going pretty good for me.
Jake's teeing it up here, trying to see where he's going to go and see if he can get back to normal here.
So.
If he picks up his tee, he likes it. Yep.
All right.
If he picks up his tee right away, then you know he's safe.
He had that Tiger Woods look to him there.
Yeah. When he starts looking and leaning, then you're worried a little bit.
And we can see Jesse Burt, Talon Hall right there, Coach Gilbert. So.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they're not sick. I'm not sure.
They better figure out. I didn't think about that. They better figure out. No, I think they're okay. Well,
okay.
Right.
Well, hopefully we'll get an excused sickness there.
They're here for a good cause.
Yes, they are. No, it'd be one of the first times our kids have come out. Other than state, we've had some good support at state here and there.
Yeah. But I did want to tell you how much fun I've had been talking to golf coaches. It's been so much fun to.
They all have different backgrounds. We've got people everywhere from they never had experience in golf at all to someone like Jessica Knopfsinger, which she played at Wyoming. Her father Roger, he's been the golf coach at UNC now for I think 6 or 7 years or maybe even longer. He just retired. So we give Rogers a good farewell. He's been huge to the game. He coached at Wyoming, and he has obviously Jessica and their family a storied golf background and experience. So it's great having Jessica. She knows her stuff like the back of her hand, and we're lucky to have her in our league, and she's really brought the level of golf to the Patriot League, because the Patriot League's still young. I think we're only 4 years in, maybe 3 years, because everybody was either in the Tri-Valley or we were in the Mile High, and then that dissipated after the Patriot League finally, we finally were able to get it organized, and we were kind of the lost children for a couple years. But our Patriot League, we're overall we're really good at the top. When it's like Jake, Taleb, Peyton, a couple other kids. Sterling's always strong. Eaton's even strong this year too. We're down a little bit talent-wise, I think, as far as the depth. But man, Patriot League, every year we've got 3 or 4 kids playing at the next level. So, yeah, it's we've got a pretty solid league, and we've got 7 schools in the Patriot League that play golf, and we're lucky. We get to go to Estes Park every year. We get to play some great golf courses, and we're lucky. We've been at Thorn Creek the last couple years, Coyote Creek prior to that. And now we're basically at home where we feel at home here at Murphy. Leslie was awesome to be able to accommodate us. She's great. I think they're having another regional. I think they have a regional out here almost every year.
Yeah.
So,
well, the smart golf people do everything in their power to promote the sport.
Well, of course, and yeah, I don't know. It's so different than our traditional sports, and people just don't quite understand what it takes to play high-level golf. They make it look so easy, and you've played a little bit in your lifetime. This is not easy.
It's never been easy for me.
To
I'll guarantee
play
you.
at a high level for 4 to 5 hours with 30 pounds on your back, some kids give my kids grief because they're not football players or they're they laugh when Jake wears his hoodie. It says golfers are athletes too.
Mm-hmm.
They are, and we've had some great athletes in our past, and it takes a great athlete to play this game at a high level.
Yeah, and it's been sort of a mix. I've been asking coaches, for example, how many multi-sporters, and big school to small school, quite a few multi-sporters. Obviously Jake, multi-sporter.
Yeah.
You've got Cooper DeLauber, you've got Cam, your son
Yeah.
Cam, a lot of multi-sporters that involved in this. And even you think the larger schools, it would be just golf solo, and that's not actually the case.
No, I think it's a good mix. It's hard to kind of pigeonhole anything, but it just goes to show. Jake last spring, or I don't know what. I mean, he squats like over 400 pounds. That's pretty legit.
Yeah.
And so, the weight room is definitely, been a big part of it. Jake's just grown in the last 2 years, like a lot, since he was a freshman. Cameron really stretched out this year, but his strength's going to be the next thing that'll come because he just doesn't hit the ball very far yet. Because he just, he's kind of long and lanky, but he just doesn't hit the ball very far. So courses like this are going to be a challenge because they are longer. And that's kind of the reason he shot right around 90. He just hasn't broke 90 yet. I'm hoping today he figures something out. He had one bad hole, but I don't know. I mean, it's great because, golf, it can take anybody from like a really good athlete like Jake to someone else on our team that maybe this is all they play because maybe they can't, they don't have the ability to play a so-called, basketball, high intensity sport.
Right.
And so it gives, it's sort of it's a semi-level playing field in a way. Because a lot of it just comes down to course management, having the ability to play the, execute the shot. But again, most people know, or most people don't know, or I kind of have a saying that, what's the most important distance in golf? And they all say, well, it's the driver or it's the putting. And I said, no, it's the 6 inches between ear to ear. So it's, 80-90% mental. Jake was 3 under going into 8, and he went into the water. Unfortunately, he bogeyed, so he went to -2. And then I think he ended up 3-putting on 9, so then he's -1, or back to -1.
Yeah, he's -1 after 9. Yeah.
And then I think he went OB, I think, on 10, so he could be 1 or so over. I just, score's not quite updated yet. So, it comes down to where, you got to be able to recover after a bad hole. And sometimes this is kind of one of the parts of Jake's game that he's been trying to work on. He has 2 or 3 holes that gets him. And, he'll shoot 75, 76 when he easily could have shot par. So he's trying to work through that. And, Taleb's playing super steady. That's just how Taleb is, too. Taleb's a little bit more steady, but at the same time, they kind of go back and forth. I mean, these two are the two top best players in the Patriot League, and I'm pretty sure either one or the other has won the Patriot League tournament, other than the Eaton, which Jake tied for the lead at the end of the tournament, lost in a playoff to Trajan Andrews from Northridge, another great player. But for the most part, I think he's had at least 1 win, maybe 2, and I think Jake's had 2 wins and tied once. So, they're all very close, and today Par's probably going to win it, maybe even 1 under.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Par's going to win it or 1 under. So,
well, the current scores we have Dawson Thulin from Vista Peak, Jake, Quentin Caldwell, and Taleb Schaefer all tied at 1 under. Jake's hasn't been updated for holes 10 and 11. But
and Dawson Thulin, I mean, he's from Vista Peak. Him and Jake are good buddies. They've played a lot. And, he's a kid that he's a big kid. I mean, he's like 6'3" and hits the heck out of it. Super nice kid. And him and Jake are good buddies. And they play out here, obviously this is their home course, so they play out here a lot.
Looks like the first group's on the number 12. It's bouncing around a little bit, but it's they're on the number 12 green, it looks like. So we'll see on the updates there.
All right.
At even par, is that Matt? Is it Cicero?
Cicero.
Cicero.
Yes.
From Columbine. Alex Lest from Columbine are even. John Yoder from Mullen. Matt Paris from Eaton are even. We got an early score on Eli Dwyer, 1 over after 3. Jackson Wayner from Skyline at 1 over. Ryan Brady, 1 over. James Horrison early, 2 over. That's a Strasburg guy. Micah McCreary, 2 over. So those are the top guys we have so far.
Yep.
We got the chase car, and you should be able to see them. And I don't know if they've put it out at the 12th hole or not, but I think we're going to stay on the remote there. I'm going to try to switch over, catching groups. I don't know if that's Cam's group coming up on 9 there.
So might be. I think I saw Henry Chafin from Frontier, so I got to check that.
I'm going to switch over here.
So Cameron will be after this group on 9. So Cameron's probably on 8 for now. And I think the 850 group is coming up 9 now. So Coach Hemphill is going to see if he can zoom in on that one.
Kind of hard to see over there. All right, I'm going to run out to Jake. I'll try to see you on the remote then. Yep. I'm still live. That's fine.
So what you're looking at there, what you got over there is, that's the number 9 fairway we're looking at there. And you also hear the mower in the background, which is always enjoyable. See if we can refresh our scores. And still from the 11th is our most up to date. We have Dawson Thulin, Alex Lest, Jacob Gilbert, Quentin Caldwell, Caleb Schaefer, all tied at 1 under. So those are the low scores, and they were early tee-off times. So it looks like there's Jake Gilbert. And, whoop. Okay. So it looks like they may be at the 13 tee. We'll see if we have any scores updates from everybody. So you may hear in the background what they're saying. But there's the cart following along. And I think they're going along 13 right now. As they drive along here. Pretty soon we're going to move over. Second guy through is Cam Gilbert, and he'll be coming up the 9 fairway momentarily. And you'll probably be able to hear a little bit of Peyton Wallace as he goes along, number 13. So continually looking to update scores for the round. And they've been slow to update, but still 1 under is the low score here in the Strasburg Indians invite. Great field today of golfers. And you're going to see or they may be at 13 right now. Looks like there's a little water break. But you should be seeing Cam Gilbert coming up the 9th fairway. Right on the edge as they come up. So we got Cam Gilbert's group. Looks like they're getting ready to tee off on number 9. And I think that was Cam that just did tee off. Look over on 13. That's the Jake Gilbert group. It looks like Jake's getting ready to tee off as well. And number 13 is a 519-yard par 5. So Jake just teed off. And his group is Ethan Carr, with him Matai Kika, and I apologize for mispronouncing that, and Taleb Schaefer. Tee off from the Jake Gilbert group. This is the number 9. This is a par 4, 311-yard par 4. And that should be Cam Gilbert's group. So that's the group of Braden Weedle from Stratton, Caden Tapia from Skyline, Cameron Gilbert from Strasburg, and Kason Hicks from Frontier Academy. So we do have an update of scores. Tied, we got a 5-way tie for first place. Dawson Thulin from Vista Peak, Alex Less from Columbine, Jacob Gilbert from Strasburg, Quentin Caldwell from Columbine, and Taleb Schaefer from Sterling. All are tied at 1 under. So tight scores here. We got a bunch of people at even. John Yoder. Actually, not a bunch of people at even. So John Yoder at even, and then 1 over par is there's a 4-way tie for 7th place. Eli Dwyer, Jackson Wayner, Matt Cicero, and Ryan Brady all tied at 1 over. And we've got at 2 over, Caleb Ryan from Valor, James Sorensen from Strasburg are at 2 over. So You see the group, and I think that is the Cam Gilbert group coming down the fairway at number 9, short par 3. So we'll be able to see them coming up. And unfortunately, we don't have an angle at the green, but we might be moving that over here in a few minutes so that we can see some of that. So as we watch them come up the fairway, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Remax Full House. Connie, Simone, and Chad are eager to help you find a perfect home for your family. They're located at 56890 East Colfax Avenue in Strasburg. Please stop by or call 303-622-6879. Let their family help your family buy or sell your home. Ladybug Landing, located in Byers at 31 West Bijou Avenue, right off the Byers exit. Full of unexpected treasures, gifts, home decor, soaps, and candles. A little something for everyone. Get in there and pick up your treasure. Wolf Waste Removal. That's Jeff Black at Wolf Waste LLC, a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business. Call at 970-483-5299. And Rookies Restaurant and Saloon prides themselves on their home-cooked style of meals, all made from scratch. Please visit them at 1323 Monroe Street in Strasburg for breakfast served all day, lunch, and dinner. Come try the best pizza along the I-70 corridor for yourself. Strasburg Auto Parts. Strasburg Auto Parts is your source for quality auto parts for your car or truck. Let them use their Napa know-how to help you find the right battery, brakes, filters, headlights, wipers, or other parts you need to get your job done. Your Strasburg Auto Parts team at 1313 Monroe Street looks forward to serving you today. Call them at 303-622-4211. And Maverick Steel, locally owned and operated. Maverick Steel is your one-stop shop for pre-engineered metal buildings. Their sales and support staff will have years of experience in the pre-engineered metal building industry, and their crews are highly trained in all aspects of metal building erection. Please call them at 303-622-4813 to get started on your metal building. And Action Signs and Graphics. Action Signs and Graphics is your one-stop shop for custom signs. Lighted signs, routed dimensional signs, screen printing, embroidery, custom vehicle graphics, vinyl and mesh banners, flutter flags, and pull flags and decals. If you have any questions or like to place an order, call at 303-622-4007 or email actionsciencegraphics@yahoo.com. And Clausen Chiropractic, spinal health for the whole family at Clausen Chiropractic, 1517 Main Street at Strasburg. Call 303-622-4200. In Western Hardware, Strasburg's local hardware store since 1972. Open 7 days a week for all your home improvement needs. 303-622-4414. And the Gift Shop, great local source for gift items, greeting cards, antiques, and home decor. The Gift Shop is located in downtown Strasburg. And Weller Insurance. Come see why Weller Insurance has been in business since 1990. A small office of community members who are committed to customer service for our neighbors. Give Weller Insurance a call at 303-622-4717. So again, thanks to the sponsors for making this possible. Also like to remind everyone of the John Mendel Scholarship for Scholar Athletes in memory of Coach John Mendel. The scholarship will be awarded to 1 or 2 graduating seniors each year, and that started in this last spring of 2021. To make a contribution, see Forever Indians Facebook page or contact Tina Starman at the high school at 303-622-9211, extension 896. So they're coming down the fairway. Might see if we can get a little. I'm going to go to the remote. Looks like they're on. Looks like they're on the green. I think they are on number 13. Which is the 519-yard par 5. And we'll see the next group coming up on 9. As we'll stay with the ones putting. Jake Gilbert group at I believe it's number 13. And then on number 9, we'll go to there in a minute. We have the next group of Brody Severin from Vista Peak, Connor Van Ernst from Valor, Gage Mees from Resurrection Christian, and Caden Turk of Frontier Academy. it looks like they're setting up their putts. I believe they're on number 13. So we're going to go. This is the group teeing off at number 9. And that should be Brody Severin, Connor Van Ernst, Gage Mees, and Caden Turk. That's who that should be. So looks like they're still getting set tee off on number 9. Again, number 9 here at Murphy Creek is the 311-yard par 4. But we're going to go to the green. Looks like Jake Gilbert getting ready to putt on the 13th green. Looks like he has about a 25-footer. And looks like he's going to be able to tap in, so we'll check on his score there. So I may be off one. I mean, they may be on the 14. Let's see. Number 14, the 383-yard par 4 may be what they're on right now. We still have a five-way tie at the top. Jake Gilbert, Dawson Thulin, Alex Lest, Quentin Caldwell, Caleb Schaefer, all at 1 under. So quite a match going in the Gilbert and Schaefer in the same group, so they're in that first group, and they're all right there. Other guys at 1 under. Caldwell was in the second group. Lest is in the 4th group, so he's a couple holes behind, but he is at 1 under. So great golf here at Murphy Creek. And the next group's waiting on the number 9 tee. And that should be Caleb Ryan, Kyler Notter, Graham Riggs, and Jaden Jefferson. That's the 920 tee-off group. And that would make pretty good sense. So we'll see on scores update here. I think they're getting ready for 15, but I'm not sure. So we'll see if we can get an update on exactly where they are. But number 15, another par 5, 566 yards. So as they're waiting on 9, here's the chase car with Peyton Wallace. following. You can see the Jake Gilbert group, which is the first group coming through. They got 2 of the leaders in that specific group. And the other guys in the group, Matai and Ethan Carr. Or Matai, I think, is 3 over. And Ethan Carr is 5 over currently, and that's the lead. That's the first group. So they're getting ready to tee off. You heard that swing in the background. And my guess is that they're on 15, because we're usually a little bit behind on the update. Jake Gilbert had gotten as low in the 7th hole as 4 under, but took a bogey followed by a double bogey on 8 and 9 to get back to 1 under. And did have a bogey on 12, but then came back on 13 to get a birdie, so he is 1 under. So he's been a little bit all over the place, but right there in the lead. So we've got a great match brewing as we get toward the end with these guys. So teeing off, I believe at 15. And we should be able to see them okay there. So not much going on here at the first hole, but we'll try to get a few things. We can get some people on 9. We've got the remote going that's following the first group, and we'll be able to catch some more people as they're coming in. And you may hear a little bit in the background with the remote camera that Peyton Wallace has as he's following the groups. So if they are on 15, we'll see there's a lot of water on the left-hand side, if that is in fact 15. See on the camera there, Jen Gilbert following the first group. So number of fans walking as they go along. I'd like to thank the people that came out to support the teams, and also appreciate the coaches that stopped by to talk a little bit about golf. So it's been a really great day here at Murphy Creek Golf Course. So they're following along. See the fans are along the side as well. There's a few people walking along. So we'll see where their second shots are. And my apologies, we're either on 14 or 15 as we go. So they're doing that. You can see a group is waiting on number 9, getting ready to tee off on number 9. So the remote camera following along, trying to get set up for the second shots here. So we'll see what Peyton's able to find. Look for an update of scores. So on the 13th, so they probably are on the 14th, Quentin Caldwell. Or I take that back, just on the 13th. So the lead group is probably, well, they might be still on 14. Quentin Caldwell's jumped to the lead. Birdied number 12 to go, or excuse me, 13 to go 2 under. So he is in the lead. Alex Lest, Jacob Gilbert, Taleb Schaefer, all at 1 under. But some of the scores not completely updated. I would assume the first group with Jacob Gilbert probably is done with 14. So we'll be getting that score updated fairly soon. Gilbert and Schaefer in the same group, and they are tied at 1 under. But Quentin Caldwell from Columbine has currently taken the lead at 2 under after 13. So they're getting ready for their, and you can see they have their second shots. They look to be all pretty much down the fairway. So that group is the Jacob Gilbert group that you're looking at right now. Getting ready for their second shot, so we'll stay there. So we'll check and continue to see if we have updated scores. But everything falling a little bit behind. We're updated up to hole 13 on most of the players. Top scorer again, currently Quentin Caldwell at 2 under. Alex Lest, Jacob Gilbert, Taleb Schaefer all tied at 1 under. And Ryan Brady, Dawson Thulin at even par. That's most of them right around 13. I think the lead group is on 15, but we'll find out a little bit more on that. As they come around the bend, if they are, can't tell if they're on 15. That's the last one with any water. A lot of water basically on the entire right-hand side. So we'll see. So they've got their second shots on that, which I believe to be 15. And we'll go over. This is the number 9 tee box. And there's a couple carts over there. I don't know quite what they got going, but there's been a pretty big gap right there. So you'll hear a lawnmower coming by, pretty loud right now. And we'll go to the back to the chase vehicle. You can see Peyton Wallace on the cart moving along, and not completely sure where he is at this moment, but I think it's number 15. So as they come in this golf course, 15 is the last par 5, and they finish up with number 16, a 414-yard par 4, 17, 225-yard par 3, and 18, 440-yard par 4. So still a lot of golf to be played, but currently Quentin Caldwell of Columbine, 2 under par in first place in the Strasburg Indians invite. So you can see the cart moving along. On what I believe to be hole number 15. So there'll be quite a bit of noise on the background here as the mower comes by. So not much going on around the clubhouse right now. We're trying to get to some of the stuff out on the extremities of the golf course. But beautiful Murphy Creek Golf Course. The PGA professional here is Leslie Kordovecki. Superintendent is Eric Strasheim. And the condition of this course is just immaculate right now. They're playing off the blue tees, which plays at a 71.5 with slope rating of 130. And that's what they are playing from today. So we look at what we got here. Looks like they are on the green, the lead group, the Jake Gilbert group. And we're waiting on 9 here. Looks like there's quite a gap on 9 for some of the golfers as we move toward the latter end of the varsity coming through around the front 9. Still waiting for scores to update. But currently, so we've had a little bit of a change at the leaderboard. Quentin Caldwell double bogeyed number 14, brings him back to even. That puts Alex Less, Jacob Gilbert, and Taleb Schaefer at a 3-way tie for first place at 1 under. So, like Coach Gilbert said, it's going to play right around even par today. And we got some great golf going, and we've got quite a contest as we come toward the end of the Strasburg Indians invite. We'll switch over as they're putting in the Jake Gilbert group. Switch over. This is the number 9 tee. So we'll try to catch who we're looking at here. So this one may be the group of Caleb Ryan from Valor, Kyler Notter from Stratton, Graham Riggs from Resurrection Christian, and Jaden Jefferson from Vista Peak. So we'll see if that happens to be the case. So as they're getting ready to tee off, look here, we're on the putting green, which I believe to be that's got to be 15 that the Jacob Gilbert group is on. So still waiting to update these scores, so we'll continue. I'm going through iWannamaker. And 1 under is the lead, and that's Alex Less, Jacob Gilbert, and Caleb Schaefer currently at 1 under. So we got quite a match coming down the home stretch. So putting on what I believe to be 15. Jump back here. We got some guys teeing off on number 9, so they're coming around the front. 9. Like to thank the coaches that stopped by. Had a number of great coaches stop by and talk. Anthony Wilson from Brush, Rick Mees from Resurrection Christian, Jessica Knopfsinger from Frontier Academy, Jerry Kohler from Mullen, Ben Weathers from Yuma, Mike Martinkonis from Vista Peak, Eric Like from Skyline, Corey Weedle from Stratton. So it was wonderful to talk to those coaches. And when Coach Gilbert gets back, we'll get an update on how things are going there. I'm going to keep it on the tee off on 9, as actually we'll go, looks like we may have Jake Gilbert getting ready to putt on what I believe to be 15. So there, that first group's coming down the home stretch. And I believe this is Jake Gilbert getting ready to putt. And he drops that in, and we'll check out on his score on this. But this lead group is getting toward the finish. I think they have about 3 holes remaining. We'll wait to see the scores updated, as they're a little slow coming in. We still have a 3-way tie for first place with Alex Less from Columbine, Jacob Gilbert from Strasburg, and Caleb Schaefer from Sterling, all at 1 under late in this round in the Strasburg Indians invite. So should be able to tell on this one if we are on, and I believe it to be 16, but we'll be able to find that out. So they've teed off at 9, and we'll see the next group coming in. So Peyton Wallace in the chase car. They're going to their tee off, and we'll see if we can figure out where they're at. But as they're moving along to the next tee box, again, would like to thank our sponsors. We're very blessed to have the sponsors that we have. Booster Club does great work with the money that they are getting, but we have our red sponsors, Remax Full House and Ladybug Landing, and our black sponsors, Wolf Waste Removal, Rookies, Strasburg Auto Parts, Maverick Steel, Action Science and Graphics, Clausen Chiropractic, Western Hardware and Gift Shop, and Weller Insurance. So very happy to have the sponsors with us. So continuing to look for updates on I Wanamaker. Caleb Schaefer on the 15th did birdie, so that takes him to 2 under. We'll check on Jacob Gilbert. His hasn't updated yet. But he currently, Caleb Schaefer from Sterling, is in the lead at 2 under. We have Alex Lest and Jacob Gilbert at 1 under. So we got quite a match going on here. We'll see when some of our scores get updated where we're at exactly. And if Coach Gilbert stops by or any of the other coaches, we might have an idea. So getting ready to tee off at what I believe to be 16. So 16 is a 414-yard par 4, if this in fact is 16. Looked like Jake Gilbert just teed off. So we'll get the sights of the houses as Peyton Wallace goes down the line. And we'll see what we got here. On what I believe to be number 16, 414-yard par 4. After this, they come back with a 225-yard par 3, number 17. And the final hole, number 18, 440-yard par 4. So we'll see what we got here as they line up. Their second shots, again waiting for scores to update on iWannamaker. And we're still in the same boat, though Caleb Schaefer has posted a birdie on number 15 to take him to 2 under. So for reported scores, that is the leader at this point, with Alex Lest and Jacob Gilbert tied for second. Ryan Brady, Dawson Thulin, Quentin Caldwell tied for fourth at even par. And Matt Cicero from Columbine at 1 over par, in all alone in 7th place. Other Indians, Strasburg Indians of note, in 8th place right now, Eli Dwyer. He's at the his scores go to the 6th hole. And we have Josh Schneider is out on the course. Looks like he's about on the 6th hole as well. James Sorensen is right about the 5th hole, it looks like. Cam Gilbert is made the turn. He's probably on about 11 right now. So those are the varsity players. We're looking at, let's see, but I don't know if they're, can't quite tell on the lead group where they are as far as on the fairway, because Peyton's not able to get that close on it. Skip over here to number 9. We can see that we got a group coming up that is hitting the 9th hole, and they're getting ready to tee off this foursome. And this one may be the Eli Dwyer group of Blake Marcantonio of Resurrection Christian, Eli Dwyer of Strasburg, Jared Gibbons of Stratton, and Samuel Metlin of Brush. So that may be that group, but we'll check for sure as they go. You can see as we look over on what is believed to be hole 16, but maybe actually 17. So we're still not completely updated, so if we can catch somebody here, maybe we can get an idea of exactly where they are. So we'll slip over here to this group. Which actually is probably the group of J.J. Ward from Yuma, Quentin Molbeck from Brush, Seth Brunin from Resurrection Christian, and Stephen Lukasavich from Valor is going to be my guest on this group. And the Eli Dwyer group is probably coming behind them. So it looks like Peyton actually got ahead of the group on number 9. We'll watch this tee off, which may be Stephen Lukasavich, but sort of hard to tell from here, but maybe we can get a guess in a minute. And that's on number 9. We've got the group on 16 coming down the fairway. Looks like we got one in the rough. So great match going on. Continuing to look for updates on the scores. So we currently have Caleb Schaefer from Sterling at 2 under. And now we have Jacob Gilbert all alone in second place at 1 under. And they are in the same group. We have 2 guys at even, Ryan Brady of Mullen and Dawson Thulin of Vista Peak. So quite a few people watching that first group. As it looks like they're right at the green now. So they must be, well, I assume them to be on the number 16, 414-yard par 4 is my guess. So we can see the group on 9 coming down. After their tee shots. But over on 16, first group putting out, and that's where our leaders are currently. Waiting for the Jake Gilbert score to update, but right now Caleb Schaefer all alone in first place at 2 under and Jacob Gilbert at 1 under, but they are in the same group, and we're missing scores from 2 holes on Jake Gilbert, so hopefully we'll find that out pretty soon. But putting out here, you can see there's a fair number of people following that lead group. So we're going to have a hard time seeing exactly what happens, but they are putting out on 16. So Ryan Brady on 15 just birdied to move into a tie with Jacob Gilbert at 1 under. So Ryan Brady from Mullen comes up with a big birdie. Looking for updates at 16 as they're putting out on number 16. And we hope to get those soon. So just read off the top 10 right now. In first place, Caleb Schaefer from Sterling, Ryan Brady, or at 2 under, excuse me. Tie for second place, Ryan Brady and Jacob Gilbert. Ryan Brady's from Mullen, Jacob Gilbert from Strasburg, both at 1 under. Two-way tie for fourth place at even, Dawson Thulin of Vista Peak and Quentin Caldwell of Columbine. Sixth place at 1 over is Alex Lest of Columbine. Seventh place, tie for seventh place, the three-way tie for seventh place with Caleb Bryan, Valor, Eli Dwyer of Strasburg, Matt Cicero of Columbine at 2 over. And then a two-way tie for 10th place at 3 over, Peyton Walker of Eaton and Matai from Columbine, both at 3 over, and that's your top 10. So moving along, I assume going to number 17, this should be the par 3, 225 yards. And hopefully our scores will get updated. And at 16, Caleb Schaefer, another birdie. So he moves to 3 under after 16. Still waiting on update from Jacob Gilbert, as we only have his scores posted through 13, so we don't know what's going on with him. But he is currently tied for second place, so we'll see what he's gotten on that. Looks like they're teeing off at the par 3, number 17. So waiting on the Jacob Gilbert scores so we can see how he's faring as he approaches the end of the round. So, going to take a short break. You'll hear some of the sounds around. We'll be back.
Yeah, they've all teed off.
it looks like up on the green on 17. And continuing to look for updated scores here at the Strasburg Indians invite. So we still only have Jacob Gilbert at 13, so we're waiting his scores on 14, 15, 16, but currently the leader at 3 under is Caleb Schaefer of Sterling. And in the interview with Coach Gilbert yesterday as we previewed this tournament, he did mention that the first few groups, it was anybody's championship to win, as a lot of very good competitive golfers in this group. So putting out on 17. And we'll continue to stay with this lead group as not much going on here right now. And we got Jacob Gilbert getting ready to line up his putt on 17, the par 3, 225-yard par 3. You'll hear the planes going overhead as we're very near Bucky Air Force Base. And Jake Gilbert makes his putt. So we'll see what we got on hole number 17. So it looks like they're on the move. Peyton Wallace in the chase vehicle as they move on to number 18, so they'll be coming back to us here. Hopefully our scores will be updated before they do, so we have an idea what's coming down. But the Jacob Gilbert score is still not updating as they are moving on to number 18. We'll see on Caleb Schaefer because his have been updating, so we should be able to find him and how he's doing. So as they cross the road to go on to the tee box for number 18, this is a 440-yard par 4. And we'll see if we can see anything as far as the scores go. But currently we have Caleb Schaefer at 3 under par. We don't have a score on 17. Ryan Brady, Jacob Gilbert tied at 1 under par, but we do not have updates on Jacob Gilbert after hole number 13, so we don't know what we got going on there. Dawson Thulin, Quentin Caldwell at even. Alex Less, 1 over par. Caleb Ryan, 2 over par. Peyton Walker, 3 under par. Eli Dwyer of Strasburg, 3 under par. And he's tied with Matt Cicero at 3 under par. And we have, so that's your top 10. And so we'll see as we go. But hopefully we can get some updates. We definitely will when Coach Gilbert gets back in. We are updated. All right, so we are on to 18. This is the 440-yard par 4 as they get ready to tee off. We're streaming it for our school for the golf tournament. Yeah, pretty much. We got a remote camera going. So, but this is all done. Yeah, this is all finished. Yeah. All right, still teeing off on 18, the first group, the Jacob Gilbert group. And Jacob Gilbert's scores have updated through the 15th now. He did have a bogey on 15 to go even par. So that puts him in a three-way tie for third place. Caleb Schaefer at 3 under par. Ryan Brady at 1 under par. And Dawson Thulin at even par along with Jacob Gilbert and Quentin Caldwell. So there's three-way tie for third at even par. So still a few more scores to update. So we'll see as they come down the back stretch where they line up. But right now, Caleb Schaefer with a 2-shot lead on the board over Ryan Brady of Mullen. So Peyton Wallace and the chase vehicle on the move on their tee shots in this par 4, 440-yard par 4. As he moves, you'll see there's some golfers in the background. They're coming up 9. And try to catch who they are. So as they We'll go back. Chase vehicle still chasing, but we'll see them moving along. As they do, I'd like to remind of the Strasburg golfers, Jacob Gilbert, Cam Gilbert, Eli Dwyer, and James Sorensen are the varsity golfers for Strasburg, but also on the JV side, Cooper DeLarber, Garrett Fetty, and Zach Hightower and Brody Herb, all golfing for the Indians today. So good turnout for Strasburg, and we'll be able to hopefully keep some tabs on everybody, how they're doing the rest of the match. But the first group is coming, getting pretty close to the end. We're still waiting for some score updates. Currently, Caleb Schaefer in first place from Sterling at 3 under par, and he did par the 16th to stay at 3 under par. Ryan Brady at 1 under par. Jacob Gilbert did birdie number 16 to go back to 1 under par, so he's in a tie with Ryan Brady for second place with that birdie. Dawson Thulin from Vista Peak, Quentin Caldwell, both even. As they approach the end, we have scores updated about the 16th hole. And they're tied for fourth. Sixth place, Alex Less from Columbine at 1 over. Seventh place, Caleb Ryan from Valor at 2 over. Eighth place, Peyton Walker from Eaton at 3 over. And he's tied with Eli Dwyer, still at 3 over. So got two Strasburg Indians in the top 10 currently. And we're still waiting for updates as they're coming in relatively slow. Must depend on the phone they're typing in. But it looks like the last group is approaching the 18th green. So we're going to get some reports here pretty soon about how things are going. So we're going to go ahead and move the camera a little bit so we can get some interviews as some of these golfers come in to finish their rounds. So looks like they're lining up on the 18th green. Still looking for updates, but Coach Gilbert will be coming through here in a few minutes, and we'll be able to get some information from him. We'll try to keep that camera on the 18th green so we can keep tabs on the other golfers coming in, and we'll be able to see them. So lining up here, a little incomplete on our scores though. But Ryan Brady was tied with Jacob Gilbert. He bogeyed number 17 to go even, so that puts Jacob Gilbert currently alone in second place at 1 under par. Caleb Schaefer's still in first at 3 under par. We don't have a report on Jacob Gilbert's score on 17, however. But currently in second place going into the final hole. So we'll look for updates there as they come around closing round. We expect to, or we hope to, be able to interview some of these guys as some great rounds played by these golfers, and we look forward to talking to them. So putting out on 18, and we'll see if we can find the results. We'll keep looking for updates. But a lot of good golf being played at Murphy Creek today. Still waiting on the updated score of Jacob Gilbert as Caleb Schaefer is in the lead at 3 under. And looks like they finished out there, so they're going to be coming back, and we'll get some updates and find out what's going on out here at Murphy Creek as the first group has finished up, and we're going to see as the scores update what we got. So I'm guessing Peyton Wallace and the chase vehicle will be here soon, and we'll see what happens. So we can see the chase vehicle coming along the bend here. And we will take a check of what we got. So Peyton's parked there, and we're going to have a little talk with him, see what's going on. So we'll have Peyton join us. And scores still haven't updated, but maybe you can give us a little bit of information here. So Peyton's going to sit down with us. Let's turn his on. All right, so what did you learn here out on the links?
Well, I learned that there's no good angles.
Well, that's something that we're learning as we go along. So I was looking at the screen, and I could pick out Jake, but I was having a hard time picking out anybody else. But all the scores haven't updated, but you got to spin the whole back nine in a high school golf tournament. I'm guessing that is your first time that you've ever done that.
Yeah.
So it looks like Jake finished 1 under par. And we don't have the Caleb Schaefer from Sterling. Jake was alone in second place, so we'll see how that holds up. But obviously, he had an excellent round. Caleb Schaefer had a couple key birdies in the back nine. What was it like following those guys?
It was pretty hard to watch.
Well, since there was nothing going on here, I basically had your camera the whole time. So.
Yeah.
What we'll probably do is we might just place that on the 18th green. Do you have any kind of view you can get on the 18th green so we can see the groups coming in? You can just leave it there for a while. If that's possible. I don't know if that's possible or not.
Yeah, maybe. The one thing is it needs to be charging the whole time.
Oh, it's running it down.
Yeah.
So
we'll have to find a different spot.
Well, that's I don't know if you can plant the cart there or something like that, but maybe we can find something. But we're going to get to interviews as soon as these guys get done because they should be coming up any minute. It's pretty impressive, though, how well they're able to hit the ball and control it, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was only a few where it was like a stray shot. The rest just went like right where they wanted it to. I'm like, I can never do that.
Well, you'd have to practice, but these guys have put in a lot of work, so it's something I've never been able to accomplish very well. That's for sure. But we got some excellent golfers right here. I'm usually right around that 100+ clip. So the fact that the winner is going to be somewhere around under 70 is, that would be about the 13th hole for me if that was if we were counting the scores if I was doing it normally. So, but we have the other high school golfers. I don't know if you had much of a chance because you were with the lead group, but we're going to try to catch them a little bit as we go. But maybe you can do more. We'll see if we can plant that cart somewhere so we can get all the groups coming in if that's possible. I don't know if that's possible or not, but
yeah,
it's worth a try. So, get some rest. You might need some liquids because you've been out in the sun all day. But I don't know. All in all, not a bad way to spend a Tuesday, last day in August, I guess, as far as I can tell. But so I've been watching the scores as they update, and we can see for Strasburg, Jacob Gilbert updated. He ended up with a 1 under 71. Caleb Schaefer, leader, and it looks like he's probably going to win it if we just look at the other scores. 3 under 69, excellent round for him from Sterling. So projected to be the winner. We can't say that for sure. Ryan Brady going into the 18th hole, even par, as is Dawson Thulin at even par. So they're tied for third. 5th place all alone, Alex Les from Columbine, currently at 1 over. At 6th place, Quentin Caldwell, 2 over. 7th place, Eli Dwyer, still in the top 10. So Eli's having a great round at 3 over. Caleb Ryan, 3 over from Valor Christian. Matt's Cicero from Columbine, 3 over after 15. And to round out the top 10, Henry Chafin of 4 over Frontier Academy, and then Matai from Columbine at 4 over, and he just finished.
You're very welcome. We can interview whenever you want.
Might back out of it. Depends on how I play. Staying cool?
I am here. It's been a beautiful day.
Lee and Ethan. Got it. And what is your name, sir?
Just
This camera's here.
Yeah.
That's the remote camera.
Hey.
The remote
Where's Josh
camera.
at? He's just finished.
We're
Just
trying
finished
to
9?
get to 13. We're
How's
trying
it
to get to 18 to watch them coming in on 18. So I am going to have to
71.
unplug that video. Okay, Jake, we need.
Let's do something.
Now this is actually plugged in, but we better unplug it, I guess, because
What do you need?
we're going to move this over, Peyton, to the
Okay.
main. So we need, and then we're going to start slowly. We'll leave some stuff here, but I went ahead. The computers will still be running, so we'll still be live. It's just going to be. We're on your. Do you have it sort of planted so it's at a
yeah.
spot? Okay.
I guess
So
so.
let's.
It's on the whole.
Let's see if we can. It's going to take a few things. Can you start with the camera?
Yeah.
Here.
Where do you want it? By.
We're going to go down to that thing over there, the green roof thing.
Okay.
The gazebo. We're going to call it the gazebo.
All right.
I'll take this and this. All right. So you should be able to. Let me unhook this one. You should be able to. Hopefully, we're still going to stay. Where is this one? That stay. No, leave all that. All right. And you should be. Put this. Okay, you're good to go with that.
I've been here on the creek. I used to work there.
Oh.
Hey, can I get a starting time for 18 people? Now?
How's the team overall?
We'll figure it out as we will be. Let's move this. We'll try over here, see how it is. I think we'll be able to see a lot better.
All right, you're fine.
I'm gonna, if you would start replugging in here.
Do the right thing tomorrow. You'll be just fine. Don't give yourself a hard time.
I got nothing. We lost
You're one of the
our.
best players out here.
Oh, hold it. No, that's still on. That's part still on. We just need to replug. I'm gonna go get the rest of the stuff. So, start the process.
All right.
Okay, that's fine. I'll be in the car. I just gotta wash my hands and do some stuff. So I need you to come to the car though pretty soon and get your stuff and make sure it's all. You can wait till these guys finish up here. It's fine.
Well, Alex is still like on 15 slides. I'll ask now which shot. I'll go in the car, set my stuff, and then I will. I'll go back on my shots.
Okay. Yeah, y'all go first before him. Thank you.
Finally,
Good to see you as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to see you, John.
So, yeah, we will see you guys in state. You guys are 4, correct? Or you guys 5? Okay, they are 5. Okay. So,
We go 5 or 3? 3. Okay, that's fine.
So, Well, I'm sorry, this class of seniors, this is, to me, this is the deepest class of seniors I think this state has ever had. Well, everybody comes right apart or a little bit below, and then it's probably 15, 20 guys in the state of Colorado. I got their shot. Which, I have to like, it doesn't matter what classification, I mean, it's just opportunity. These players are great. All right, some of you guys who just came in, come on, let's get your scores confirmed. Oh, I need to write these down real quick. We have a score of plus 20. Well, dude, Alex is playing really well. Yeah. Oh, I know. What? Oh.
Yeah.
Doing that direct Duffy stuff, passing out. You had 4 3-punts?
Yeah, then you use that.
Ryan Mullen, right? So you're gonna go back to 71, right? Wait, hold on. I gotta grab my stuff from my car.
Okay, this should. This should be everything. This should be everything we need.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's plug in. This should be everything we need. Aiden. So let's start putting this baby together. See if we can get her to work.
I wonder if that camera fell.
I think I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, either. I kind of wonder if it like fell off of the post. I can go. I'll find it. Oh yeah. I can go get it.
We might have lost that feed. Yes.
I think we only.
Yeah, we don't need much anymore.
This.
Dude, I was expecting my birthday at the time.
Audio's working.
Great. So you got everything for the.
Oh, actually, it's the. Oh, this isn't on yet. This is from the speaker.
Yeah, we don't have anything yet.
So audio's working through the machine. Got some more dust today. All right, we in?
There's that.
So now we're plugged in audio, so we should be able to. Yeah, we got nothing on that. Well, no, yeah, it fell. It just fell. So we'll get that here in a second.
It's good, bad, it just fell. Doesn't matter. Alright,
and we have our.
oh my gosh.
We should be excellent on. Yeah, we're still excellent on that. Good.
Okay.
And then are we on the audio? Oh, we're in. Okay. Now we're in. Okay. So let me. I got to get it turned over to. Settings.
I think we're all hooked up. Do you want me to go fix that camera?
If you would. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty loud here,
That
isn't
is.
it? We'll turn that down a little bit. I think we'll be okay. All right. All right, so we're here with Jake Gilbert, and Jake, you can say hi to all the adoring fans out there.
Hello, fans.
So Jake, you ended up 1 under par today. Did get it to 4 over at one point in the round, early in the round. So how would you assess? You got, let's see if I'm counting them up here. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 birdies. Does that sound about right?
I think so.
So pretty explosive today, but overall assessment of your game.
With 6 birdies and finishing 1 under, I'm honestly not too happy with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it is what it is. You're gonna have birdies, you're gonna have bogeys. I had enough 3 putts and 1 putts. It kind of evened out.
Yeah.
Kinda
So
how golf is.
overall, got to follow a fair amount of your back 9 and very steady on the back 9. As you started out, if we go back to the front 9, pretty volatile because you had a lot of positives and a few negatives there. Obviously you were striking the ball well, but what was the small undoing there in the front 9?
On the front 9, I hit in the water on 8. That doesn't help. And I didn't have a good chip. But I did make the putt for a bogey, which really was a good bogey. And then coming on down on 9 where I made double, it was honestly a horrible double. Got on in 3 and made a 3 putt.
Okay.
Pretty dumb by me, but yeah.
So how'd the course play overall? Because you were
good.
playing essentially from the tips, and I see the guys coming out playing after you. They're not playing from the tips. So.
No. The course is it's in really, really good shape. The greens are rolling nice. They're pretty quick. The fairways are always in really good shape, and you get a good lie most of the time. The rough is pretty tough. Like I said, on 9, I left it maybe a foot short of where I wanted to land it, and it just plugged straight into some U.S. Open-like grass, I would say.
Yeah, it's fairly open, and as your dad had talked about on our preview, you're actually getting ready for very enclosed courses, especially at regionals. So what are you going to do preparation? Because you're over halfway through this season. So what have you been doing preparation for the end of the season?
I listened to the preview also, and he said we'd go play a lot of courses like that, like Meadow Hills,
right?
Because I can go play for free there,
yes.
Which is very, very helpful. And I'll definitely play that a lot. Just learn how to really tighten in my game, kind of find a way to keep it between the trees, not in them.
Well, that's I have played Meadow Hills before, and it was one of the most awful experiences of my life because I cannot keep that straight, especially in the fall as the leaves start to fall and it gets
impossible to find your ball.
Just a terrible situation.
Yes.
But overall in the season, you've been right up at the top or near the top all year, so you've been pretty consistent. What are you looking for from your game specifically, or what piece of the game do you really think you need to put together at the end?
For me, putting. That is really the only thing that I can improve that will really put me to the next level. Because I've had 3 putts that just really, really hurt. Going back to, what was it? Boomerang at the Greeley City, I think, championship is what it's called. I 3-putted the last hole to finish 3rd. And it should have been 2nd, which, I mean, I hate to be complaining like that, but it's an unforced error that I could have.
Well, it's interesting you bring up putting because the greens are going to change as you get into the fall. So, I mean, what is the bigger demand? Is that a rougher type of green that you expect in the fall, or a faster type of green? What do you expect?
In the fall, it'll definitely, I think it'll dry out a little bit, and the greens will skip more. Like today, I was spinning it back quite a bit and just holding it on the greens. I don't think that'll happen nearly as much in the fall, and everything will roll out just a little bit more, and I'll have to just kind of get used to that as we go.
So that puts even more demand on your short game as far as your chipping and everything.
Yes. It really affects everything, every aspect of the game.
Yeah. So, I mean, just going off on a bit of a tangent here, you talk about spring golf, summer golf, fall golf. They really are different types of golf.
Definitely. Most definitely.
So what type of conditions, what type of weather do you appreciate when you want to play your best game?
When I play my best game, it can't be too hot. If it's too hot, it's just miserable, and I
Mhm.
can never really get a good focus on the golf course. And I mean, it's got to be sunny. If it's cloudy, it kind of just ruins the mood of everything.
Uh-huh.
If it's windy, that also ruins the mood of everything. Makes
Okay.
every shot 10 times harder, I think.
All right. So currently you're looking for utopia, but I mean,
Yes.
I guess
Yes.
we all are sort of
I'm
looking
looking
at
for
that.
it very, very often.
But as we go into the fall, you're definitely not going to have to worry about the heat.
No.
Hopefully not as so much in the wind. So hopefully the weather's going to fit you. And another thing that came up, we were talking in the preview. Your dad's very excited about going to Elizabeth for the state tournament. So that course, how do you assess that course?
That course, I'm very excited to go play state there. I think if I can reel in my short game, because it's relatively a short course, I can really, really shoot well, and I could have a chance to win it. That's my goal. If I don't win it, then it's a bust. It's a win or bust kind of situation right now.
Well, being a senior, Jake, you're setting your sights where they need to be set.
Yeah, yep.
Hey, so congratulations. I know you're a little disappointed today, but you had a great round.
Thank you.
Coming in at 1 under par, and many of us would spend a lot of money and beg a lot of people to get even closer to that. So appreciate it, Jake.
Thank you.
All right, good
Thank
luck
you.
the rest of the way.
Thank you.
All right. So now we've got Coach Gilbert going to send us another one that we'll talk to. I bet it did get hot. You got another one there, Coach Gilbert?
We got Taleb Schaefer.
Taleb Schaefer.
The leader in the.
All right, congratulations, Taleb. If you would, sit down, put on the headphones, and let's talk for a minute here. All right, so Taleb, 3 under par. I'm just looking at the Wanamaker numbers. Incredibly steady. You had only a small setback, it looks like, right around the turn, but other than that, a great round. So how did you feel about the round here playing at Murphy Creek?
I just struck the ball really well and putted like decent, like I always do. But if I would have got my putting game going, it could have been a lot lower. But that happens. That's just golf.
Yeah. So being a senior, what are your goals as you look toward going into the regionals? And I assume you're playing at Fort Collins in the regionals as well. Is that correct? So
that is correct.
Playing a tight course in regionals, state being in a shorter type of course at Elizabeth. What are you looking to work on in your game specifically here in the next few weeks? Because we're almost on to the postseason here in high school golf in Colorado.
I want to focus on putting a lot. Short game chipping is always usually good. I work on it still, and then I'll hit range. But mostly I'm just going to focus on putting, because if I get my putting game down, that'll be really nice. And just go into there, just knowing that I can shoot these scores and have confidence with it, because that's all you need is just some confidence going into all this.
Now, you have the benefit of experience because you've been in the big tournaments. How do you think your focus and how do you look at things, work toward things that's different now as in comparison to when you were younger and first starting out and playing regional state kind of competition?
I always thought that when you start off to a bad start, or you start good and then you go bad, I always just thought the round was over, and I never really thought about, well, you can go birdie, birdie, birdie and get it right back and stuff like that. But yeah, these big tournaments really realize that even if you have a bad couple holes, you can easily get it back if you're a good player. It's so easy just to think about that, but I mean, it's easier said than done because it's all mental.
Yeah, definitely a lot of that. So as you think about you started out as a freshman, compared to now as a senior, I mean, what do you think the pieces of your game that you've improved the most upon that have helped you out?
Probably distance. I always was little, and I couldn't hit as far, but I hit it straight. So I've kind of just put distance into it, and then just dialing down wedges, learning how to spin it back, like all that stuff. Because when I was younger, I couldn't do it as much. They just sit, but learning how to control everything with my swing and et cetera like that.
So what are you looking to do upon graduation?
I'm talking to a couple schools right now. Probably gonna go play golf somewhere and study mechanical engineering.
Oh, fantastic.
Mhm.
Fantastic. So where are you looking at specifically, if you'll tell us?
A couple D2 schools in Texas. I can't remember the name, and then Colorado Mesa and Colorado School of Mines, and I'm sending some emails out to DU right now. So.
All right. So, well, hopefully you'll get to continue your career because that's a pretty good way to go to college, I would guess.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
So, thanks for stopping by, Caleb, and
thank you very much.
congratulations on a great round today.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
So as we have the scores in here, most reported here with the earlier groups, Caleb Schaefer, 3 under par, 69 today. And we just spoke with him. Previously, we spoke with Jacob Gilbert, who currently second place, 1 under 71. Ryan Brady from Mullen, currently at even. We don't have his his 18th hole reported here on iWannamaker. Also tied for third, Dawson Thulin from Vista Peak, even par for the round. And two guys from Columbine, 5th and 6th, Alex Lest and Quentin Caldwell at 70s. Missing a lot of scores on Eli Dwyer, but Eli Dwyer from Strasburg, 3 over par, tied 7th place with Caleb Ryan. There, as far as scores reported a little bit earlier in the rounds, also tied in 7th place at 3 over par, Matt Cicero from Columbine. And tied for 10th is from Frontier Academy, Henry Chafin at 4 over, but a lot of scores missing there. Final 4 over, also tied for 10th, but tie from Columbine with a 4 over 76. So that rounds up the top 10. So we'll be looking to see if anybody, we have a problem with our remote camera, so we'll see if we can get some more interviews here as we finish up the round here on a beautiful day at Murphy Creek.
Loud.
Okay, yeah, it's going to come off really loud here. Plus, I'm really loud. I'm going to quiet it down a little bit there. All right, that's a little bit better there. Here with Dawson Thulin, Vista Peak, ended up with, and I don't have your last score. Did you end up with an even par?
No,
for the
1
round?
over.
1 over par for the day. So you had a very steady round. How did you look at, or how did the course play for you today here at Murphy Creek?
Today it was just kind of like, you can't complain golf. I was just hitting fairways, hitting the green, 2-putt. I made a lot of par putts, which helped. It was like, I never really had a par putt that I missed besides 18, which kind of is unfortunate. But other than that, had a couple birdies. Had an unfortunate bogey on hole 13, but the par 5. But
Yes, you did. Yes, you did, because you had it. You had it at 1 under going into that. So,
yeah.
But obviously a steady round, able to keep in the fairway. Very familiar with this course, correct? Because you play this a lot with your team. What do you like about this course? Because just from the sites I have, I didn't get to go out on the course. Just a really well-maintained course.
Yeah, it is. I play this course a lot. I work here for one, so I play like almost every day in the summer. But this course, I mean, you can't get in too much trouble unless you miss the fairway by a decent amount. But like I like it for my distance. I do hit it pretty far, unlike some of these kids out here. So it's kind of easy for me, especially playing from the whites in these tournaments. I'll hit like I don't even need to hit driver. I'll hit driver and have like 30 yards in. On hole 10, I drove the green and made birdie on that hole. So usually I like to take 4-iron and make it like, because that's my game. And when I usually when I play from the tips on my own time. So that's what I'm more comfortable with. But in tournaments, I'll play like 2 tees up, which it kind of changes things up a lot. But so that's one thing it makes it easy, is hitting it far and having a little club into the green and get it close and hopefully make birdie.
Now, everybody, when they take up a hobby, a sport, whatever, they reach a point where you sort of get over the top, where you feel in your mind that you sort of have an understanding of the game. When did that come about for you?
So I started playing around 6, 7 years ago, around like 5th grade, and it went out as fun. I was bored one day, and I was like, we should go play golf, Dad. So, and then ever since then, I played 10 hours a day every summer. But to answer your question, I feel like I started getting it together probably my sophomore year of high school, because then I started throwing in some 70s consistently, hitting the ball like consistently straight and getting it out there far, which a lot of people who don't really put up a consistent score, they hit a ball here one time and it's going to do this. I feel like now, like sophomore year and on, I can hit the ball where I want to 99% of the time.
Yeah. Is there any grind part of the game that you have to work on that is just the most frustrating thing, or is it basically across the board you love it all?
Oh, definitely. Short game for sure. It's been like that ever since I've started playing it, because tee to green, I'll get on the green in 2 every time, but it's a matter of taking advantage, because I hit it so far. It's just taking advantage of my far hitting. Like if I drive the green and chip it close, and that's an eagle putt, or the same thing with a par 5. A lot of times I would 3-putt on a par 5 and make par when I just need to take advantage of the shots that I can hit around the greens, and just realize where that's going to put me, as of just messing around and getting to par.
Now, in the metro area, I assume you played a lot of the courses. What are your favorite courses or types of courses you like to play?
My favorite types of courses? Probably ones without lining of trees, like Meadow Hills, Aurora Hills. Those are just trees all the way down, but this is a good one. Probably Saddle Rock, that's pretty hard, but it's a good one. I grew up playing at Green Valley Ranch. I was a member there for like 4 years, so that's a good one as well. But yeah, can't complain with this course.
Yeah. Now, looking at regionals, does that course fit your game?
I have never played that course.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we're playing City Park this year.
Yeah. And you've never been, so I assume you're going to get some rounds out there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
To get ready for that.
The team will go in and play a practice round, and we'll see. I've drove past it. It's right by the zoo. So
it's right there. You can drive right by it on Colorado Boulevard.
Yeah.
I think everybody's driven past that thing.
Yeah.
So they've reconditioned it over the last few years, and I haven't been on there since they've done that, so I don't know how much different it is. But you're in a pretty confined area. There's going to be you're going to see a lot of traffic. It's not like you go out. You're going to see a lot of people because they're all over the place there.
Definitely.
So if you think about how you've changed mindset, and I actually I had a great conversation with your coach, and we talked a little bit about the mental game and the mental aspect and what that has to do. How do you think you change your approach to the game now compared to, for example, your freshman year?
My freshman year was just kind of like, we're out here and having fun, because I have 3 more years. But now it's kind of like senior year, like especially because college is going to start looking at you in a confidence booster for regionals and all that. So I try to shoot the best score that I can, and I think the biggest mental part for me is just, it happened on 18. I was thinking about my score. I'm even par on the last hole. I'm like, I need to hit this fairway. Because then I know if I'm in the fairway, I'll hit the green and I'll 2-putt a par or make birdie. And so I was thinking about my score, and I sky one right, almost go out of bounds on the fence. And that happened to the last tournament too, or in 2 tournaments ago. I think about my score on that last hole, and I'm playing good, and then it just, you can't do that. Coach tells me all the time, you can't think about your score, just think about that shot and where you want to hit it.
Yeah, it's one of those games that you can get great at it, but perfection is never going to happen, is it?
Yeah.
So what are you thinking as far as college, and what are you looking at once you graduate from Vista Peak?
I definitely want to keep playing golf. I've a few like references. I have a coach. She was a pro for a while, and she's really close with a lot of college coaches, as well with my swing coach right now. And so I'm just gonna keep my eyes open. And I talked to a little school in Nebraska. That was the first one, the first offer and interest letter that I got. But there's definitely some time, and I'm thinking about for my major, like going for business, because that opens up a lot of opportunities down that path. So if I haven't made up my mind, I can kind of branch out with that path.
Well, is the golf area industry, anything about golf? Is that a potential career choice for you?
Yeah, possibly. You mean like being a pro or like working
or
on a golf
being
course?
a golfer, anything to do. There's all kinds of things you can do
Definitely.
surrounding the industry, even.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely love golf. It'd be nice to stick around, even if I'm not playing. So.
So what's your if somebody's looking at taking up golf, and I mean you know the good ones always are promoting the game to the younger generation. What's your selling point?
Like to get a.
If you want to try to recruit people to take up the game of golf.
Okay, well, a lot of people say you can play till you're 90.
And a lot of people do.
Yeah.
And that's when you look at scoring your age.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'd have to be about 112 myself. But
Yeah. But other than that, I mean, like, golf is a great sport. I mean, not too hard on your body. You can play for a while, and it's just like, I feel like once you get hooked, I mean, you're gonna love it. Like, you just got to go out there and try it. And that's what happened to me. Like, I was a basketball player, football player growing up like that in middle school. And then once I went on the golf course, I was like, okay, there goes their sport.
That's the deal. Huh?
I'm a golfer now. So.
All right. Well, Dawson, thanks for stopping by. And,
Yes.
and great round today, and wish you best of luck in the future.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're on, Coach Gilbert. So we got to wrap this up because unfortunately I got to go back and join the real world of the schools. We got all this stuff going on, but your golfers showed up really well. We got early scores. Obviously, Jake had a great round today. He's disappointed, but great round, one under 71.
He was 4 under at one point, and then when you finish, three over that, it's a little disappointing. I think he said he had 4 birdies in a row. That doesn't happen too often with anyone.
Yeah.
He said he felt really good. He just said, again, like we talked a little bit before, there's always a hole or two that kind of jumps up and gets him. And in this case, him and Taylor were just back and forth. And then Ryan, I believe, from Columbine.
Caleb Ryan? Oh, no, that's
or is he from Mullen?
Brady.
Or Ryan Brady, excuse me. He's right in there. So at this point, Jake's ahead of him in a scorecard playoff. We're not going to be able to actually do a real.
So he did.
Playoff.
He did birdie the Ryan Brady. I don't have his 18th his score on 18.
Right.
He did birdie it.
Yeah, but Jake had a total of 6 birdies for the day, and so it kind of works that out. But when they put it in, they usually put it's alphabetized when they have the. When they actually have the score. But looks like Jake's probably going to be second place today, and this ties his best round ever here. He's shot 71 here in the past, but he said he easily should have shot 60s today, which that's been kind of his deal. Is he's been getting close. He's that kid that right now he can be 1 under. But the best thing is he's been making birdies, and this is a big improvement from the summer where he was kind of just holding on for par in a lot of situations this summer. So he's really making a lot of headway this fall. Again, then he's going to be. I think before this tournament, I think scoring wise, I think he was in the top 5 in 3A, as far as this average scoring. So he loves high school season. Summer's great, but it's a bit of a grind at times. But he believes in team golf. He values high school golf, and I know a lot of college coaches, they're looking for kids, and they see kids that are out in the summer, and he does. He played a full schedule this summer. He just struggled. I think he knew this summer was a big summer, but he was just grinding his tail off over the summer, and a lot of the work that he was putting in just wasn't quite given back to him. So it was frustrating. So once we got to high school season, 3 weeks, almost a month ago now, he hasn't played bad at all. Like, he's played very well. And so we're hoping he gets some looks. I mean, he's a solid player. He does. He normally plays right around par, and he's a grinder. He's academics-wise, and I don't mean to toot my own son's horn, but he is my player as well as the coach. And a 4.43 kid, he's pretty bright, and he works hard at both his academics and at golf, and he's a straight-laced kid, and he grinds it, and he understands that in this world to get ahead, you gotta put the work in, and he's been doing that, and it's paying off. So we're just hoping that by the end of the year, here in about a month at state, obviously we got a few tournaments in the in-between, but it's great to watch him and Taylor battle back and forth. I mean, these two have been battling since they were freshmen. Taylor actually was quite a bit better player than Jake was when he was a freshman, but Jake's caught up a little bit, but these two have been battling back and forth since last year. But give Taleb credit. He is solid. Taleb just gets up and down, makes a steady amount of birdies, doesn't hurt himself a lot, so he's a little bit more consistent in that regard. But today Jake stepped up. He was 4 under on the front. That's the most he's ever been, and so he was on top of it today. He said he thought he'd hit 14 greens today, so he was on top of it. But a few of the pin placements as far as his putting was concerned kind of got him on the back nine. But he said he also gambled a little bit, and a couple of them it didn't pay off. But sometimes that's what you have to do if you want to get back in the lead and try to do that. Sometimes you need to be aggressive, and sometimes it works out, and sometimes it doesn't. But in the end, I think he's at least secured second place in our own tournament, and I think that's the best that he's placed. I think he placed third last year and fourth the year before. So, he's had a great showing at his home course, and it's great to see. Cameron's out there grinding it. Eli's actually having a very good. He had a really good front nine.
Looking at Eli Dwyer, I only got after 8. He was 3 over. So
yeah,
he's playing.
He's playing very well.
He hasn't really played a lot of golf to this point.
Well,
really, has he?
He took lessons here over the summer.
So
on
he's
Mondays.
been working at it.
So he's been working at it, and that's been huge. I haven't really seen where Josh or James were at, but they're going to be those kids about right around 100 usually.
So we got Cam in there. Josh,
Eli's plus 8.
I only have his
through 11. Okay, so Eli's plus 8 through 11, I guess.
But we got Josh and James 44 and 45 respectively.
Yeah.
You also had your golfers, Cooper DeLauber.
Yep, they're in the JV.
Zach Hightower, Garrett Fetty.
Yep. It's good to have Garrett back. He unfortunately had to get quarantined right when the season started. So it's nice to see him back. I'm really excited about him. But these guys in the JV part, they're developing, and it's just nice to know that they're out here trying. This is not an easy golf course by any stretch. I knew this was a test, but at the same time, we sometimes have to just throw them out there and throw them into the fire and see what they can do. No, it's been a fantastic day. Our weather has been a Chamber of Commerce type of day.
Oh yeah,
it's been nice to know that the wind kind of subsided after the first couple holes, and it's been awesome. So. Anyway, but I look like I got a group over here waiting for me to put some scores in.
Well, we're going to tie this up. And thanks again for bringing the coaches over to talk. And it's been incredible, golf coaches. What great perspective of like what's the big picture of what you're trying to accomplish. So that was a lot of fun.
We're trying to produce young men, not just golfers, and it's been an absolute privilege to have the support of my principal, My athletic director Michelle was out here today. Miss
Yep, she
Woodard.
was out here all day and she had to rush to a softball game that she's coaching in.
She's always great about coming to as many holes as she can. And, you know, we've got some sparkly medals over here and a plaque for whoever wins this thing regarding the team. And it's an all-out effort. I mean, we've had some parents here today to help us get through this stuff. My wife, Jennifer, and my sister-in-law, Melissa, they come out and help us make this thing happen. You know, it's a bit of a hurry-up deal to get this thing put on in the last minute because it is, unfortunately, sort of a last-minute deal. And thanks to Leslie here, the head professional here at Murphy Creek, this golf facility is fantastic. And we're lucky we get to practice here once a week and sometimes a couple times a week. They are so accommodating, and she is so pro youth golf, and we are so lucky to have this close to us. So we cannot thank Murphy Creek enough for allowing us to come out here. The course is in fantastic shape. The greens were just aerated 2 weeks ago, or they were punched. So it's unbelievable. I mean, the superintendent, I believe the superintendent's Eric here still, and these guys, all of our superintendents in the Aurora Golf System are fantastic, and we are lucky to have them so close to us and whatnot. So again, we want to thank the staff here at Murphy Creek, and I want to thank our school. Hopefully a lot of you guys are actually have been watching a little bit.
Some came to watch.
Some came to watch.
We'll see if they were supposed to be here or not, but they came to watch.
They did. They came and watched a few holes, probably got some Chick-fil-A and got back by lunchtime. So anyway, thank you, Coach Hemphill. You are the man.
Thanks for having me. This was a lot of fun.
I so appreciate it. We as a team really appreciate it. So it's nice to bring maybe some people can really appreciate what Jake just did today. Shooting a 71 at this golf course is not an easy task. So,
okay. Well, thanks for having me out. We will close this up for now, and best wishes as you get ready for all the big stuff, regional and state.
Peace and love. God bless everybody. Thank you.
Right.